a second, slow your pace, listen to the story of Cardathia. She called for freedom, she yearned for legend, dreaming of splendid adventure. Will the prophecy manifest? Will I be the maiden who is blessed and walk down the glory path? Bring honor and brightness back. Wipe out all the enemies in sight. There is no turning back this time. Will it realize? Will it realize? Will the laurel be placed on my head? One day we shall cheer and dance, making joy forever last. Prophecy is nothing but a vicious lie. Here comes the growling dark tide. The more pain she feels, the clearer she sees. Halos of divine are fading. I can hear the bell of fate sound. It's high time to turn it around. I'll carry on my glorious journey with the blessings and wish by my side. Won't accept the fate that is set. There is no turning back this time. This will realize, it will realize. Truth in my heart never dies. I'll pierce through all the veils of lies with the silver sword in my hand.
All right, guys. So we got a pretty fun day scheduled. We got some helpful Wuwa vids coming up, but first things first, we gotta get one thing sorted, and that is this gigantic wall of text that you see on my fucking screen. Because I received this comment about 2 days ago. I was meaning to make a video on it. I actually kind of forgot. Then I looked back at my personal repository of notes and then saw this comment again. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's so easy to farm this thing. It's so easy to farm this thing, right? Because it kind of like perfectly, accurately portrays just how bad the astroturfing is. And it kind of like so accurately portrays what it looks like when somebody is like pretending to play Wuthering Waves, doesn't actually play it, doesn't actually watch my content, and just makes a bunch of shit up. And you'll notice that like this guy's like committed, right? Bro like made the comment and then replied to every single post back to it. So that's how you know that like they mean business. They're a real person, and yeah, they're clearly just astroturfing like fucking crazy. So yeah, I think this would be a fun one to get us started off with. I've already got some links prepared regarding the entire issue, and yeah, it's let's just say it's going to be a fun one. It is going to be a fun one. All right, alrighty. So I actually need to pop open my game real fast because we'll need to record a little bit of Gian stuff because as you saw from what was in there, from what you saw was in there, there was a bit of the Mortify situation happening. So yeah, we'll make sure to talk about that one. We've already talked about it on stream. We've already talked about it on stream before. But we'll make sure to address it again. We will make sure to address it again. Alrighty, where is... Alright, where is our boy Mormont? Yeah, I need to get a Mormont video on here.
We have 2 stacks already. The second trick
Okay, whoopsies. That's more of just like a blanket rotation video. 1 second. 1 second. I just need like a regular Mormon fucking vid, so I can give the guy a little bit of credit.
Through the darkest of nights.
Yeah. Anyways, so if you guys are thinking that I'm a Gion Glazer, nah, bro. It's this brother Mormon. This guy got like 400 Gion videos. This guy got like 400 Gion videos. Okay. All right. Perfect. We got what we needed. All right. Let me just mute the volume here real fast, and then we'll get right on into it. We'll have a bit of a conversation over here. Alrighty. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to have a bit of a conversation today. And the conversation today is going to be about astroturfing. It's going to be about Hoyo shills. It's going to be about people that decide that what they wanted to do with their day was pretend that they play a game online and then go cause some trouble, cause a bit of havoc, cause some misinformation to be spread in YouTube comment sections and just communities across the internet. And so we've got a post over here that was recently made within the last 2 days on the comment sections of one of my videos. And you might be thinking, oh, Saint, look at you just responding to one comment over here. Even though it is quite a long one that clearly took a long time to write, you're just getting one guide. And so this is the circumstance over here that I just want to get straight for everybody before we dive right on into this. I saw this post. I saw how long it was. I saw the examples that were being given, and I saw the argumentation being made. And all I could think was, holy shit, I am going to farm the fuck out of this guy. And oh my goodness, it is going to be so funny making content, unveiling what exactly is going on over here. And my policy is, when it comes to one guys, when it comes to getting, ooh, he got triggered by a comment. If you're making a video on it, if you're farming it, if you're monetizing it, who cares? And that is what we're going to be doing today, ladies and gentlemen. So just for some evidence, just for some proof, the video that this commented on is on, you can clearly see it in the background over here. It's on this video called Genshin's Quality of Life is Embarrassing, right? We're talking about how Genshin Impact basically fails as a company to go ahead and actually make changes that are good for all players, right? The most recent set of quality of life they added was unlocking, right? It was like unlocking the weekly talent materials if the character has just released on banner. But then that only lasts for 7 days out of the 21 days that they're on banner. So they've added FOMO to the quality of life. And I said, yeah, that's some pretty dumb shit, right? You can even see in the thumbnail over here, the worst quality of life in Gacha. So with that in mind, let's go back to the comment and talk a little bit about what is going on over here. Let me just see if I can find it. Where is it? Where is it? Ah, here we go. So, not deleted, not modified in any way. Let's go ahead, let's break it all down and see exactly what is going on over here. All right. Dear Saint, I would like to understand why you are so bold talking about all obvious Hoyo misconducts. Half of your content being on the issues of Hoyo games. So this is basically just the situation over here. If you're still under the impression that, and this is we'll just address this piece by piece. If you're still under the impression that all I make is actually Hoyoverse content, then I have something very, very sorry to say to you. You might not know how to read, or you might be visually impaired. Because yes, I make content on big gacha games, but to give the statistic right off the bat that 50% of my content is on Hoyoverse games would imply that there is something disabled going on with like what's being wired up here. So, I mean, I could go through, I could count all the videos, but if you can send me proof, that I have over, let's just see over here, over 470 videos on Genshin Impact, Zenless Zone Zero, Honkai Star Rail, you can add them all up. If I have more than 470 videos on those games, then I will eat my words. But if I have less than 470 videos, then maybe this conversation can just end where it started. Or it can end where it should have ended in the mind of whoever was making this comment. So with that with that said, let's go ahead and move on. Yet, when it's time to apply the same level of criticism that I'm giving to Hoyoverse Games to Wuwa, you weirdly seem to turn a blind eye and only focus. Let me bring up the original comment over here so you guys can see it. Yet, when it's time to apply the same level of criticism to Wuwa, you weirdly seem to turn a blind eye and only focus on some negligible details like minor kit issues, characters being niche, Reddit or CC drama. Why are you not talking about the real issues? And so you can clearly see what's going on over here, right? They are immediately going ahead and trying to delegitimize the content that I create, the content that's on my channel, by framing it as, I don't talk about the big issues. Yes, Saint might go ahead and critique Kuro games sometimes, but whenever he does, he's just faking it to make it seem like he critiques all games. He doesn't actually talk about the meaningful problems that are in the game, and, he's just farming toxic positivity that way. So that is definitely a claim to make, right? And if true, it would definitely be something that could meaningfully delegitimize the point of views that I'm making. I wouldn't even disagree with that. However, that actually has to be taking place. I actually have to be ignoring things, and I have to be somebody that is, in this sense, actually turning a blind eye to the issues that are being pointed out. So let's go ahead. Let's read out the examples. Let's take a look at them and see where I've been ignoring the big problems. Nightmare Nest time gating. New set farming with no tacit field alternative. So the take over here is that I haven't talked about the issues that are present with the Nightmare purification fields. You might have noticed, wait, Saint, I've been looking at some of your content recently. You're like on this page all the time and you're always bitching and moaning about it. Yes, that's actually true, because these Nightmare tacit discords, right? They spawn only 36 times a day. They refresh every day, but you can't spend your wayplates on here. You can do it once for free, and then you get to the point, right, where you can't farm anymore in a day and you gotta wait for the next one. So it's way more time gated than any other way we've had to farm echoes before. This was introduced in patch 2.5 with Frolova, right, and her set. And you would have noticed, well, if you're an actual viewer of mine and not somebody that's faking concern trolling, as they used to call it back in the day, you would have noticed that I released this video right after Frolova released. And you'll actually notice over here, I have the menu where it shows the Nightmare tacit discords. And, only Frolova's is there. And why don't you hear a little bit about what I say in regards to these? You cannot give her signature forecast without completing the quest. To unlock the Nightmare Hecate for farming, you have to complete the entire quest to farm her gear. So, that's how upset I am about you needing to do Hecate, or Hecate being unlocked at the end of 2.5's quest. Let's hear what I say about the Nightmare tacit fields. You can't even build her level-wise, and you can't even build her forecast echo. But that's not it. It actually turns out that farming her echo is also a goddamn nightmare. I thought that this Nightmare tacit discords feature was gonna be great, because you'd be able to farm a shit ton of echoes every day. It turns out you can only challenge 36 of them, and they're subject to regular echo drop rates. Yeah, I thought you were guaranteed a drop every single time you killed one of these echoes. You're not. You're actually not. They're subject to the normal drop rates, and so as a result, you have to know beforehand that you actually need to eat sweet and sour pork to boost. So you can see over here, negative title. I'm basically talking shit about the entire structure of how all of this system is set up. You can see just how long I'm on here, basically just bitching and moaning, complaining pointing out the problems of the nightmare system for about, let's just be honest here, it's about 6 or 7 minutes of me talking about how shit the system is for nightmare nests right after they got released into the game. So I could clearly play more. There's actually multiple videos where I've critiqued nightmare nests. I actually critique them at pretty much every single opportunity that they show up, even during the 2.6 live stream, where naturally, right, 2 more nightmare nests were introduced in this patch. Yeah, I've been around the block, and I pretty much said everything that there is to say in regards to why those are messed up. So that's already one example of where clearly, right, we're just making shit up. Let's keep on moving. Extremely niche meta ruining team diversity. So this is a video that I uploaded 1 month ago as well, called Elemental Debuffs Are a Massive Problem, which is encompassing the teams that are created and the teams that you can run when you match together the niche character kits with the niche character kits. You can see from the video that's playing on the screen, I'm going over characters. Well, we have like the whole screen. I'm going over characters like Phoebe. I'm going over characters like John Shin and how I wish that they had air erosion built into their kit. All of these different things, right? I talk about where standard characters, where echoes could maybe apply, like apply the, what's it called? The debuff effects as well. Something to make the system a lot more accessible for players, because right now you got to have limited 5-star characters to do anything with it. And yet we're just going ahead and we decided, hey, because I didn't watch Saint's video, because I didn't go ahead, right, and I didn't see it with my own eyes, that video doesn't exist. Object permanence, ladies and gentlemen, is something that both astroturfers and 5-year-olds don't have. There's a reason why when there's an infant at home and then the parent leaves to go to work, the infant starts crying. It's because they think that their parent is gone forever. It's a similar situation going on over here. If I didn't see the video that Saint clearly made a month ago, that video doesn't exist. And unfortunately, right, it doesn't cost anything to post comments. It doesn't cost anything to AstroTurf. All it costs is your time. And the people that are making these types of comments, ladies and gentlemen, they have nothing but time. Because you know that these people are losers that have nothing meaningful to do with their lives, to go ahead and just run into a YouTube comment section and just lie for multiple paragraphs. Imagine the type of life you lead where that is an activity that you've decided to spend hours on. Because it's not that this guy made a comment. He watched the post and individually replied to every single response that was made to him. So believe me when I say this guy's got a lot of free time on his hands. And it's only a small example of the types of comments that I get in my comments section. Don't ever say Saint doesn't read his comments. I do. This is just more proof of it. Now, we got the next point. And it's so funny that these points are coming out in this order because it's almost like chronological to how I've been releasing my videos on these exact issues. Signatures getting more and more impactful and niche. Verlova's weapon is a massive problem. I mean, it's kind of like, I guess at this point, it's almost like I struggle to reason as to how half of these are even being listed on here when it's like in the title. You can already see what my stance is on the matter, let alone the thumbnail. Like, the thumbnail of these videos is almost exactly as, like, inflammatory as the title. So it's like, you don't even have to watch my videos. All you have to see is that, like, the title is there and the thumbnail is there. You just need to see that the video exists. You don't even need to click on it. And you would know that I've already covered these issues. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, right? This is a rather sophisticated level of unintelligence that we're working with over here. And a level of stupidity like this is so prevalent in YouTube comment sections. This is why I'm honestly thinking that the mental state of many content creators isn't as great as it could be. Because you have to deal with stupid kids like this on a daily basis. And so, if you think that I'm going ahead and I'm ignoring comments, I'm not reading them, it's because half of them look like this, brother. Half of them look like this. So let's go ahead. Let's, we can... Do I even need to play part of this video? I don't think so. We're literally going ahead and testing out for Lova across a bunch of different weapons. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't need to play. This one is self-explanatory. If you needed me to play this as an example, go fuck yourself. All right, now let's move on. This is perhaps one of the most egregious ones on here. Wuwa sudden massive HP inflation. Let me just look up a video. Let me just look up a video for you real fast. Oh, we're not even gonna have to click into it. Is Kuro the new Hoyo? Let me just put that in my search bar and let's see what comes up. Oh shit. Oh shit. Damn. Is Kuro the new Hoyo? So let me explain the title because I think the commenter might need the additional context. It's because Hoyoverse is the company that does 100% HP inflation in like 2 patches. I asked if Wuwa or Kuro was the new Hoyo because they had HP inflation in Whimpering Waste. And I even further clarified what I was talking about over here by putting in the thumbnail in perhaps some of the biggest letters you can put in the thumbnail. 114% HP inflation, and then right there, Whimpering Waste. Maybe this commenter is blind. I made sure to dictate everything as well. I'm all about accessibility. 114% HP inflation, just right there, is Kuro the new Hoyo. I don't think I need to play that video. Let's play part of it. It's time for us to talk about something very, very, very important for the future and, in my opinion, the healthy state of Wuthering Waves. Do I even need to say more? All we do in this video is talk about how bad the new Whimpering Waste is, go over new information from CN, and then go over how CN is also pissed off with the update as well. It's like, guys, like, what are we doing here? And you want to know the best part about this? I made 3 videos on the matter. 2.5's Wuwa reset is a disaster. And I think I got this video as well. Oh, what has Kuro done? This is ridiculous. Another gameplay video showing off how the Whimpering Waste reset. So that's 3 videos on one reset talking about how predatory and bad it is. And yet, we decided to say, Saint, you turn a blind eye and only focus on negligible issues. Are you beginning to see why now I said I was going to farm the shit out of this post? Are you beginning to see now why I said, hey, as long as you farm a 1 guy, who really cares if you're getting 1 guide? Because this is a level of like cognitive dissonance that I feel like requires some level of recognition, some type of like award. It really looks like you're the one getting baited. Well, I'm also the one that's going to be monetizing this video. So sure, bait me all day. Bait me all day. I'll farm it all day too. So clearly, we've tackled and taken a look at every single one of these issues. We've tackled and taken a look at all of the problems that have been listed out that have supposedly been turning a blind eye to. And naturally, right, you've seen that's just all a lie. Now, let's start taking a look at some stuff that I actually haven't necessarily addressed. And that's because, well, somebody is going ahead and making mountains out of molehills. And in that attempt to make mountains out of molehills, spreading even more misinformation. All right. So, first things first. Character release rate and the number of banners per patch growing alarmingly. 2.5 had one new character called Frolova. And then 2.6 has 2 new characters. So this is like, maybe you would have an argument to make if Wuthering Waves was releasing 2 new characters every single patch. But they just don't do that. They don't release 2 new characters every patch. Who was the new character in 2.2? Just Cantarilla. Who was the new character in version 2.5? Just Frolova. So almost every 3 patches, there's a patch with only like 1 new character coming out. And it's probably only going to be Chisa in 2.8. I don't really see what the issue is with the character release rate, especially when we also just got 20 random free pulls in 2.6. Yeah, the 20 free pulls that are coming, right, with Yuno's banner that haven't showed up over here yet, yeah, those are going to be coming in 2.6. So that's already there. And I guess the one situation that they're talking about is, oh, we had a set of double reruns over here. Look, it's Shorekeeper and Carlotta. Yeah, you want to know what the situation is over here? Everyone can get a copy of Shorekeeper on the Beginner Voyage banner. And so I am 99% sure Shorekeeper is only on here because Kuro just listened to favors from the player base where people saw that beginners got Shorekeeper on their initial banner and they were like, wait, we missed out on Shorekeeper. This is so predatory and this sucks. And so they just put Shorekeeper again. You do realize this character just reran on 2.2? She just reran on 2.2. She's also available on the beginner banner. They're running her so often because she's the best generalist support in the game, and people are asking for her to come back because they don't have the pulls or they weren't playing when she released. And so they're just constantly rerunning her. You have access to her on the beginner banner. It's basically there so that everybody that wants her is guaranteed to have her. And they've done a good job of making one of the most desired units in the game so available. And so, yeah, this is a non-concern. This rerun is a non-concern. If you see anybody complaining about it, it's basically a sign that they don't actually play the game. It's basically a sign that they don't know that the beginner banner exists. They don't know that she just reran. And they don't know, like, what the actual, like, banner history of the game has been. Because if you do, you'd understand this is, like, a non-factor. Completely. But of course, right, we're talking about AstroTurfers over here. So, yeah, we've clearly seen somebody over here making shit up, pretending that there are problems that exist. And, well, always fun to do a little bit of disarming of those ridiculous arguments. Now, let's move on to this last one. Let's move on to this last one, ladies and gentlemen. And this one is going to be Mortefi's Shadow Nerf for Yuno's release. Hey, guys. Let's talk a little bit about this one. So, there was recently a content creator for Honkai Star Rail called Gabby Maru. And what Gabby Maru does is he goes ahead and posts misinformation regarding Wuthering Waves leaks. And so his kind of like basis for his channel is taking pre-release details of Wuwa and then going ahead, interpreting them incorrectly because they're all translated from CN, and then spreading misinformation about it to doom post the game. If you want like an example of, well, I'll just show you his profile because naturally he covers leaks. But this is the Gabby Maru that I'm talking about. Incorrectly, intentionally misinterprets leaks, goes ahead and goes ahead and then doom posts about them in his videos. So yeah, it's just that's like his thing, because he has an HSR audience, and HSR players are desperate to see any game that isn't HSR have negative PR. Because, well, HSR is a dog shit game. Anyways, with that out of the way, let's talk about the actual nerf that these individuals are talking about. So, there was a set of bug fixes regarding Mortefi that I do believe were addressed in this patch. And this is the situation over here. Yes, Mortefi's liberation got adjusted. There's like a note for it in here somewhere. I basically, I have the from, and then I have the to. I'm going to be using a YouTube channel called Mormon's Videos to demonstrate for you all what this quote-unquote nerf actually is. So, this is an example from 6 months ago of what Gion's liberation looked like with Mortefi. Let's just take a look at it. So, you're seeing over here, right? Gion threw his spear down, and now you have about 7, maybe 6 or 7, or maybe even 8 Marcados that fired off from Mortefi. Those are all the different red numbers that you see over here. Now, I'll see if I have to record my own video, but I'm pretty sure Mormon has uploaded some new Gion gameplay recently. Let's take a look at this. This is the new liberation. And what it looks like. You'll notice that only 2 Marcados showed up when Gion's liberation hit. 2 Marcados showed up over here. And in that prior clip that we just looked at, and let me just make sure to save this for posterity. So 2 Marcados showed up over there. We'll just keep that screenshot. And we have about, let's just see. That's around 8 or 10 over there, right? And so this is the situation that's going on right now. Mortefi's liberation was essentially bug fixed not to interact with multi-hit abilities. This is the situation. So when it comes to Mortefi, whenever he has a character that he's supporting with his Marcado coordinated attacks, this is what's going on. When the active character's heavy attack hits the target, Mortefi launches a coordinated attack, firing 2 Marcados. Mortefi can launch one of these coordinated attacks every 0.35 seconds. Mortefi was originally bugged before, where, well, he just fired off about 5 coordinated attacks, and it hasn't been 0.35 seconds between them. This is what you call a bug regarding the performance of the character, where Mortefi's coordinated attacks have a 0.35 second cooldown before they can fire, and he just fired off 5 of them with no cooldown. This is what you literally call the devs making a bug fix. Unfortunately, he was bugged since launch, and this is the situation over here. People are saying, oh, this is a shadow nerf because they're making his kit literally do what it says that it does. And this is also the other thing. You're missing out on effectively 8 Marcado attacks. A Marcado does 31% of Mortefi's attack. 32. And so 8 of these attacks is quite literally, you want to know how much damage it is? It's about 200 something % damage from Mortefi. You're missing about 270% motion value from Mortefi's rotation. That's about a 1%, if not less, DPS loss on the entire team. Potentially 1% or less on the entire team. And you want to know why this is actually something that probably makes sense? Because this is the thing. The only reason why Gion's Liberation is firing off multiple Marcato attacks is because, guys, all of this damage, you see this 142.91 times 2 plus 428.73. This all happens at once. It's one hit that happens to register multiple times. Gion's Liberation nuke straight up just is like a singular attack. But it happens to have, you can see over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage numbers. If anything, this is actually bugged. This isn't how the damage actually occurs. There are 5 different damage numbers that show up when he uses this one attack. And because there were 5 damage numbers, 5 Marcatos were firing off. Which just, I'm gonna be real, guys, this doesn't even, like, make sense given what we just read from Mortefi's kit. And you want to know what this also does? This also limits the design space for future heavy attack liberations. Because now this is the thing. What if there's a character, I don't know, like a Chu Yan or something like that, who's a heavy attacker? Everyone knows Chu Yan's a heavy attacker, right? What if Chu Yan had a big hit where it was a single slash, right? And his tagline literally is 1 slash to end it all, right? He only does 1 slash that does like, instead of all these different ticks of damage, it's 1 slash that deals like 2,000%. It would be a nerf for Chu Yan to simply have his attack deal 1 instance of damage. That's a big chunk of damage. Because if Mortefi's Marcato operated in the same way, then that would mean it would only fire off 2 Marcato attacks from 1 big motion value hit. And it would be better if that 1 hit was instead spread out and it was 10 hits of 100% damage versus 1 hit of 1,000%. Because the 10 hits would fire off 20, would then fire off 20 Marcatos instead of just 1. Do you kind of see over here just how, like, how a bug that, you know, is honestly that insignificant in current practice can impact the design of kits in the future? Where now the devs have to think about, oh, we can't have the visual aesthetic. Like, we can't make any of these heavy attackers basically do the equivalent of a Jinsei nuke on their rotation. They can't shoot down the laser beam because that 1 big chunk of damage is going to be like a nerf compared to doing a bunch of little instances of damage. And I'm pretty sure that's why they made the change. And it makes a lot of sense. And when the end result is one Gion team losing 270% motion value, 270% motion value on the entire team's rotation. Guys, what are we doing here? You get more damage from remembering to use an echo skill than the damage loss that you'll have from, I think this is 6 or 8 Marcatos that are missing. Unbelievable how much this issue has been blown out of proportion. 270% motion value to future-proof the kit for new designs coming up. And people are freaking out like this. And so, yeah, that's why I bring up this Gabby Maru guy in specifics, because that's where this misinformation is coming from. Because you had one guy doom posting a 0.5% to 1% change in the team's overall damage, and they're absolutely losing their fucking marbles over it. Oh, wait, sorry. I need to specify who's losing their marbles. It's not actually Wuthering Waves players that are losing their marbles. It's people that are pretending to play Wuthering Waves. Because when you look and you take a look at these, when you take a look at what points are being made over here, these are some of the line items that have been discussed in the Wuwa space, which somebody would be aware of if they weren't playing the game. This literally is the definition of an AstroTurfer. Now, let's keep reading even more, because now they're slinging out some crazy accusations. saying that we haven't done any of these things, or they've blown issues out of proportion. Let's read some more. It seems that you are nothing but a fraud. You only trash talk Hoyo to chase clout and further glaze Wuwa, instead of doing it out of fairness. Then you pretend to be fair about Wuwa by mainly talking about, that sounds like unconsensual, unconsequential issues. Well, you can clearly see over here, this is just fake. We've already proven demonstrably this person doesn't actually watch my content. They're making takes that they've heard echoed by other AstroTurfers in their communities, and they're just making shit up, right? They're just making all of this up. And this happens all the time. This is what happens in those secluded subreddits. This is what happens in those Twitter threads. People have no idea. They do no research. And they just create an echo chamber where they manufacture these narratives about other content, about content creators, about individuals, and then keep repeating them to each other until they've turned fiction into fact, at least on their end. And that's why I'm making this video, because this is actually a very common narrative that you'll see in Reddit's Twitter threads. You'll see it everywhere, that I never critique the game, that I never talk about the issues. And so why not take the opportunity right now to set the record straight? Now let's move on, because, well, this is how you know it. This is how you... This paragraph over here is absolute confirmation about the AstroTurfing, if there wasn't enough evidence already. This is leading to the same kind of toxic positivity that ruined Hoyoverse games. Players trash-talking other games to convince themselves their game is better, instead of focusing on their game issues and trying to make it improve. Stop talking about Genshin! Talk about only your own game! Stop comparing waves! Even though I equally talk about all the issues in all the gacha games. Oh boy. And now, this is the cherry on top. This is where it all comes. This is where it all comes together with a neat little bow on top. By putting Wuwa on a pedestal like many other CCs, you only set it up to fall harder when people will inevitably start seeing the issues. I genuinely like Wuwa and cannot bear to see someone blindly defend it when it's absolutely in the wrong, pushing it to continue down this path that will inevitably ruin the game. I see. Clearly this person is very justified in the concern that they're expressing regarding Wuthering Waves and the Wuthering Waves community, and of course the content on my channel. Bro is without a doubt absolutely spitting, is he not? So we have utterly and completely dismantled every single point that this complete bum has brought to the table. Already addressed that. Already addressed that. Already addressed that. Already addressed that. Literally a non-issue that people that don't play the game are making up because there is currently a triple banner that is not relevant to 90% of the player base. And then, of course, we're calling a 0.5% rotation, team damage rotation reduction that future-proofs a kit for the future and doesn't make new releases seem like they've been shadow nerfed. Dismantled. This one is just fake. It's literally not real. And any person that plays the Gion team will tell you your accuracy and your Qinglong cancels will have quadruple the amount of impact that this update to Mortiphy did on your team's DPS. Yeah, doing one more Qinglong in your rotation is basically the same as like 50 Marcato attacks from Mortiphy. And we're right here talking about missing 6 to 8 of them. 250% motion value. And they've decided to throw this much of a fit. So, yeah, that's going to be that for this one, ladies and gentlemen. I know that this, again, you might think that, oh, this was just a situation where Saint's just getting one guide. But I think that this really is indicative. It is representative of the general era of astroturfing that is so prevalent when it comes to Wuwa's haters, when it comes to people that are going to doom post about the game, that are going to create false narratives, all of that. This is the argumentation that they're going with. And so, of course, I wanted to make a bit of a PSA for my audience that there's a chance you could potentially believe the bullshit that gets spewed out from these communities, right, on a daily basis. And so it's just an awesome opportunity for me to set the record straight, show you that these guys are literally writing fan fiction live. And then we can move on from there. So yeah, that'll be that for this one, ladies and gents. Let me know what you all thought about this expose and this breakdown. Peace. Love seeing Saint taking notes from Mr. Pokey and making videos about one guy. Well, this is the thing. Mr. Pokey crashes out on one, guys. This is me just making fun of a dumbass. Honestly, it's kind of fun. You got a super chat on YouTube? Hey, appreciate it, brother. Hey, appreciate it, brother. What does it say? I guess Saint needs more coffee after this. I'm actually only halfway done with my coffee. Toxic positivity only exists on gays, but the devs don't do anything to improve. Pokey does it for free on Twitter. So, this is the situation. I'll get one guide all the time. If I can make money off of them. And, well, let's just be real here. We have a very different approach to one, guys. Pokey post rage bait. So this is Pokey getting one guide. He posted rage bait on Twitter. He posts rage bait on Twitter. He gets called out for rage baiting, and then he like counter rage baits them. Or like gets mad that they said he was rage baiting when he was. And so it's like everyone just looks at it and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? And it's like, this is dog shit content. It's like, this is you going around aggroing people, then getting mad that they're aggroed. What is this garbage? like it's not really like that appealing. It's like, okay, I'm gonna go out and make people mad. Or these guys are so unreasonable. They got mad at me when I was trying to make them mad. Alrighty. So let me get that one going for the editorials. But yeah, that was actually a video that I was planning to have a day or two ago. I just like forgot about it. But now that we covered it, man, that was a free farm. I love when I can shut down my critics just by showing my video. Not even playing my video, just showing the title and thumbnail of my video. And like that's all I need to do. It's oddly poetic. It just further highlights how little effort these people are putting into their astroturfing. How little they're trying when it comes to making up these arguments, because it's like that means they just haven't even like taken a look at like my baseline channel to see any of my videos. Not even watch them. They haven't even seen the titles. So now we got Mr. 7 out of 10 saying that you can't critique Wuwa. And now we got the AstroTurfer saying he doesn't critique Wuwa. Even I don't really like, how are these? I guess the phenomenon to me really is like, how are you gonna go outside and say the sky is green? How are you just gonna go outside and just confidently say the sky is green? I don't get these guys. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. Okay, sorry, just getting in touch with the editors right now. Alrighty. So, that was a fun video. Now what I was thinking is, we're already on this topic over here. Right? I was just thinking, what if we just made a bit of a video about tricks and tips? Some general tricks and tips. 5 ways that people are bricking their Wuthering Waves rotations. How fun does
Where my blades lead, triumph follows.
I was flying? Yeah, some of you guys just got fucked, didn't you? Yep. Get fucked, idiots. I fucking got you guys. I fucking got you guys. I use speakers and low volume. Go eat shit. Guys, you guys are pretending that it's like loud. I have my noise gate settings so that it can't actually be that loud. Okay, it can't actually even be that loud. You guys are like straight up freaking the fuck out, okay? Like, relax, you fucking... Jesus Christ. So fucking dramatic, bro. So dramatic, bro.
Make this quick.
Alrighty.
Underway.
Alrighty. So, I think I know exactly the characters that I want for this one. It's gonna be like just some general rotational tips. Okay, let's do this. Alright, guys.
Where my blades. Understood. I am here to serve your will.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, today I wanted to do a bit of a guide. And today, this guide is going to be focused on 5 ways for you to stop bricking your Wuthering Waves rotations. And by bricking your rotation, I basically mean going ahead and doing something a little bit suboptimal, right? Letting full animations play out, not fully capitalizing everything that a kit can offer. And naturally, as I'm going through some of these tutorials as I'm talking about some of these tips, keep in mind that these are going to be small optimizations that will save you a couple of seconds, but they won't necessarily be the difference between you clearing or not clearing if things like your echo investment, the weapons that you're using, all of that aren't necessarily up to cuff. So with that in mind, let's go ahead. Let's get it all started. We're going to be using some of the more popular characters that are going to be available currently. Think your units like your Shorekeepers, your Mortifees, your Varinas, your Augustus, so on and so forth. So with that in mind, let's go ahead. Let's get ourselves started with what I believe to be the most helpful tip for most players out there, and that's going to be brushing up on your Shorekeeper's rotation. Okay, because Shorekeeper is a character where she actually has a lot of room. Shorekeeper is a character with a lot of room for additional complexity and optimization but you can still get a lot of results out of her playing her very simply. So let's just go ahead. We're going to do a simple, we're going to do a baseline rotation first, and then show you what it looks like when you're spicing it up a little bit. Alrighty. So this is just the team that we're going in with. No real concerns. Alright. So this is what people's... Generally, this is what their Shorekeeper rotation looks like. They might skill first, and then build up, you know, their forte. And then after maybe 2, maybe 3, they'll use their liberation. You saw, that was pretty fast, right? That was pretty fast. And one of the reasons why that was fast is because I have this weapon. I have this weapon equipped called Variation. And this gives me Concerto energy, allows me to rotate faster. However, what happens if I were to equip something else and do that same exact rotation? Imagine that I don't have Stellar Symphony. Imagine that I don't have Variation. Let's see what the pace is looking like. So we do about 2. It's basically the same exact pace, right? We got to attack a little bit more at the end. About a second or 2 longer. Now let's see what it looks like when we're actually utilizing every single cancel that's available in Shorekeeper's kit. And you'll see that I'm going to be pressing the buttons in a bit of a different order. So this is how it goes. The stage will start. You'll be on Shorekeeper, right? You'll basic attack 3 times. And then during the animation of your third basic attack, you'll use your skill. This is because Shorekeeper's third basic... Let me just show you guys all over here. Shorekeeper's third basic actually hits 2 times. So yeah, we're just going to wait. 1, 2, 3. And you'll notice my forte went up to 4, even though I only used 3 attacks. And then we cancel the animation of her third attack with the skill. Because it's kind of long, right? This is the one that pulls the enemies in. That one over there. And that's the one that we're canceling. Shorekeeper's skill can also parry, and it's pretty cool. So, that's only the first step of the rotation. Let's keep going a little bit further. So, we do 1, 2, 3. Then we do another basic attack, and then heavy attack, dash cancel. That got us to 50% of our Concerto almost immediately at the start of the rotation. That's pretty good. Now, let's add the follow-up to that rotation. 1, 2, 3, attack. Another attack. Heavy attack, dodge cancel. And you're seeing over here, right? We just do maybe an attack or 2 and we're basically done. So the idea behind Shorekeeper is that you'll cancel the animation of her third attack, either with her skill or a dodge, and then you'll cancel Shorekeeper's forte attack with a skill or a dodge. Most of the time, your skill isn't going to be up for her forte, and so when you're doing your forte heavy attack, you'll just dodge the second it comes out. This is one more time. And that's how fast the rotation looks like. That's how fast the rotation is. And guys, we're doing this. We're doing this with a rectifier of Voyager on. That is how fast her rotation is with no variation. Now let's see what it looks like with the variation. And yo, what up, Techie? How you doing, man? Hey, glad you're here for the rotation guide. Glad you're here for the rotation guide. This is probably going to be the most helpful stream ever. Hope your break is going well, man. Hope things are going good. Yeah, we're just doing some like a 5 tips for Wuwa players right now, running through some stuff. So yeah, that is what the rotation looks like when we didn't have variation. Now let's see what it looks like when we put it all together. We have an R5 variation over here. Let's just do the whole shebang. And you'll see, Shorekeeper's first rotation can actually be really fucking fast. So let's give it a look. With variation at R5, I essentially did not need to do those extra attacks after I did 2 Fortes. And you'll see, holy shit, that was kind of quick. That was kind of insanely fast. Let me just see over here. I just want to see what the timing is on the stage. How long did it take us to actually do all of that? Less than 7 seconds. Less than 7 seconds to intro in on our next teammate. That's a pretty good optimization. That's a pretty good optimization. And when Shorekeeper's first rotation is what many consider to be one of the more clunky things to do in the game, well, guys, that's just a bit of a bonus to get yourself going. So we've already covered one support that is going to be probably on most of your teams. Now let's talk about another support that most people are going to have as well, and that's going to be Verena. And this is going to be like one of the most beginner tips ever. If you don't know this one, you probably haven't been keeping up too much with like the flow of the game, because I'm just going to be honest here, guys. Most people figured this out within the first couple of months, but of course there's always going to be newer players. So let's just rehash it once again. This is going to be the fastest way of doing Verena's rotation. And so the odd thing about Verena is that to optimize her rotation, you want to do a couple of things. You never want to use an intro skill on her, and you also don't want to start off your team's battle with her in the first slot. That's because of this. When you start off a TOA run, you want to swap over to Verena immediately. And then do 3 attacks. Because when you do that, you can almost immediately generate a Forte circuit. This is what it looks like when you don't actually swap on Verena. You'll take this long to generate a Forte circuit. That's how long it takes. And when you just swap to her, that's the difference. You're hopefully beginning to see if this character doesn't get hot swapped to without an intro skill, their rotation basically doesn't function. However, when you do that tech, this is how fast it can be. You get the Forte, you E, and yeah, you'll get it done. You'll be able to rotate in about 4 to 5 seconds. And this is the situation, right? I was doing that with a variation. on my Verena. Let's see how fast that rotation looks when I don't have variation. We're just going to go back to Rectifier Voyager and then give this a bit of a look. And once again, we're not putting Verena in the first slot. So we go ahead, we start off on Mortiphy. And unfortunately, right, it's going to take us a little bit longer over here. You're going to have to basically do that full 3rd attack. I got a little bit of extra concerto from dodging over there, but you essentially have to do your full attack string. Right? Like that whole shebang, not just the first 2 attacks, but you'll have to do all 3 of them to fully generate your concerto. And you could clearly see from that example over there, that got me hit, which is like unfortunate, but that is the small advantage that variation is going to give you. Variation is essentially the difference between having to do 1 extra air attack and not having to do the 1 extra air attack. So not having this weapon on Verena is basically like you lose an extra second or 2 on your rotation, but it's not a huge deal. But it is one of the most objectively helpful things you can have for all of your teams, because that's just minus like 2 seconds on every single support that's ever going to be used. So, yeah, it's just, you can kind of see over here, variation is the best weapon in the game, but it's also like not necessarily like the craziest weapon that's going to like change everything. It just makes things feel a lot smoother. So this has also been a bit of a value analysis over there. All right. Now, let's talk about some of the odd issues that can actually occur in this team in particular. And that's going to be the Augusta, Verena, Mortefi team. And I think that this is an issue that players have likely figured out by now. But if you're newer to the game, or like starting on this version, or you're maybe not even in the TOA or the endgame yet, this is something that might be important as well. And that's going to be the proper way to actually play Verena in this team, because she's got some complications. Augusta has something in her kit called Majesty. And you gotta wait 4 seconds before you start a TOA run to make sure that this Majesty point is there, because she needs 2 of these to use her Liberation. The way Augusta's intro skill, or the way Augusta's outro skill works, is that the recipient of her outro skill must complete their rotation without swapping, or she fucks up hers. And unfortunately, Verena is always the recipient of Augusta's outro skill. So you have to use Verena's outro, and you can't swap with her. So let's just show, as a bit of a sample, what that should look like in your gameplay. I'm just going to be playing this team normally. All right, so we just did our Augusta rotation over here. We're just gonna do our damage. And now, this is where stuff gets a little bit spicy over here. So, Verena's gonna intro skill in, right? You just wanna like skill, and then liberation, and then just jump in the air. And do it that way. Don't bother with her basic attacks if this is the rotation that you're gonna be doing. You just don't wanna do any of that swap nonsense. You just want to get on the ground as soon as you can, skill R, and then start jumping in the air, and then using those attacks. Otherwise, Augusta will not regenerate her Majesty point, and your future rotations are going to be completely, utterly scuffed. And honestly, kind of unplayable. So, that's just a bit of a tip when it comes to using Verena in that team. The last tip that I'll give when it comes to Verena is going to be one that some players might have realized by now. And that's going to be, well, when you get her S2, I've gotten no dupes over here, by the way. I have the worst 50-50 lost luck ever. She's still at S0 for me. I pulled every character in the game, by the way. She basically gets a variation built into her kit when she's S2. So you eliminate the need for variation at all when you do get her to S2. And you just end up generating an additional Forte circuit when you press a skill. I wish I could demonstrate for you how good this sequence node is, but if my luck keeps up, that's never going to happen. So, yeah, I'll just show you stuff that I can't actually play with. I feel like I'm doing an ad about, I feel like I'm a Lamborghini car salesman right now, to be honest. It kind of fucking sucks. All right, so now that we covered Verena, now that we covered this situation, now I want to talk about the Mortefi, or now I want to talk about a couple of Mortefi's mechanics, because there is something pretty cool you can do with Mortefi and Shorekeeper. You guys remember my Shorekeeper tip from before, right? You're doing stuff like dodge canceling her long animations. What if you didn't dodge cancel her animations? What if you didn't cancel with her skill? What if you instead swapped? So let's talk a little bit about that. One of the great mechanics about Mortefi, with him also being a lot more popular with new heavy attackers coming out, is when you swap to him, he does the last attack of his attack chain. This is his regular attack chain. I wish he would stop attacking me for a second. Okay. Stop attacking me. So, yeah, that's the last hit of his attack chain. Let me show you what you can do as you're constantly swapping back and forth between Shorekeeper and Mortefi on that first rotation. Do you see how fast I'm generating Concerto on both characters? You basically want to combo it this way. You start off on another character. You go to Mortefi, skill. I did that a little bit too fast. So, you want to start off on another character. Go to Mortefi, skill. Then go back to Mortefi. And you can just use his Forte circuit like that. You can just use his Forte circuit like that with 2 quick swaps. And this is the thing. We all know that Shorekeeper has multiple long-ass animations in her kit, right? She's got this animation over here. Perfect swap window. She got that 3rd basic attack as well. Perfect swap window. And Mortefi can just pop in, throw off those shots, build up his Forte, build up his Concerto for almost no loss at all in your rotation time. And so this is what it looks like when we put it all together using both techs from both characters. And that's that. And that is that. There's one more I can do. There's like one more optimization I can do. I can make it slightly better. I think this is the fully capped out version. So the goal, right, is to do about 3 of those cancels on Mortefi. The goal is to do about 3 of those cancels on Mortefi. And you'll intro skill in, and because you did that cancel, you should be automatically able to use your Forte circuit. So, 1, 2, 3, swat to Mortefi, skill, heavy attack, swat to Mortefi, swat to Mortefi again, and then just finish off Shorekeeper's stuff. You'll be in on Mortefi, and then you'll like skill, liberation, and then go to Augusta, or Gion, whoever you're using, and then do their stuff. The only note that I'll say is Augusta cannot, if you're using Mortefi with Augusta, you can't do that on your second rotation. You're not, it's not legally allowed to do that tech that we just covered in an Augusta team's second rotation. Because of that whole Majesty dynamic that we talked about before, you will lose on Augusta's ultimate point if you're going ahead, right, and swapping during your Shorekeeper's rotation, because she's going to be the recipient of Augusta's outro skill. You can, however, do this on every rotation where Mortefi is not with Augusta, because that restriction is not going to be built into the team. So you can do this with Gion. You can do this with a Zani, I guess, if you're using her. A lot of different ways to put that into practice. But this is one of Mortefi's most advanced techs. This is pretty much the only tech that Mortefi has to, like, speed up his rotation. And you can see from the timing, he interacts very, very well with Shorekeeper. Verena, on the other hand, you can sort of do it, but it's kind of just faster to let Verena do her own thing because she doesn't really need to swap. She can just kind of get her rotation done immediately. Shorekeeper has swap windows because her animations are long. And so what that means is that Mortefi can come in and then take advantage of it. And now, let's talk about our last tech over here. And you'll notice we're talking a lot about sub-DPS characters. And just so you all know, that Mortifee that we just used, as like a final note, that Mortifee that we just used, ladies and gentlemen, he was on Static Mist. He was not on Cadenza. He did not have anything that was boosting his Concerto energy generation. This was all on Static Mist, and his rotations were that fast, all on Static Mist. So that is something to keep in mind. He's also providing that additional buffing ability as well, being on this weapon. Now we're going to talk about another character that can benefit a lot from these swap windows, and that is going to be Sanhua. And this is basically going to be a rundown of what I call the naked build. The naked Sanhua build. And I call it the naked Sanhua build because you don't need any investment on her, because she's basically just an echo skill. She's not there to do any damage at all. And you put on a weapon like Overture on her just to increase her Concerto gain and allow her to effectively have no rotation time. I'll show you how this gets done. She can effectively have 0 field time, and it's, I'm just going to be honest, it's kind of crazy. So, let me just think of a good, we can just, fuck. Shit. So, we're going to be using and just slotting in a Sanhua over here. She's going to be on Overture. And let me show you all what a regular Sanhua rotation usually looks like. Right? Let's just use our Shorekeeper tech over here. We'll like skill, liberation, and then we'll heavy attack, right? Pretty fast, right? But this is the thing. We can actually go faster. Are you ready? We can actually go faster. Get ready for this one, lads. So, while Shorekeeper's doing a heavy attack, we're actually going to go over to Sanhua and then detonate everything. And you'll notice she's at literally full Concerto while off field. She's at full Concerto while off field. And so when we swap to her, we can literally just do this. That's a double intro skill used. We used the Heron as well. And we did basically 2 intro skills right after each other because of how Sanhua can interact with Overture. Overture's bonus Concerto effectively allows her to have no rotation time if you go through her detonation combo while another animation is playing. So let's repeat that one more time at full speed.
Shackles be gone.
Kind of adjusted it this time. Oh shit, I think I might have canceled my Sanhua's attack. The only thing is that this can take some practice. As you just saw, I messed up over there because I swapped right before my Sanhua's attack actually registered. So let's try it one more time.
Lotus pervade.
I don't think my variation is on my Shorekeeper either. So that's what it looks like at full speed. Kind of fast, right? And when you're using this tech in places like Whimpering Waste, in the TOA as well for some additional timing, I'm going to be real here, guys. It gets a little bit... Yeah, it gets a little bit nuts.
Frozen blockade. Stay behind me.
And there you go. That is the Sanhua 0 rotation time tech. The 0 rotation time tech. And I'm not gonna lie, it's once you get the hang of it, I don't particularly see a reason not to use it. Because guys, I'm just gonna be real with you. This Sanhua character is strong. this Sanhua unit is very strong, but damage is not her strong suit. She's not there to deal damage on your team. She also can't buff like Mortifi can buff, right? With like Mortifi over here can buff with Static Mist. The best weapon options you have on her are like other DPS weapons. So it's like there's not really a reason not to use Overture. This is why I'm saying if you're a Sanhua player, a copy of Overture, maybe even two, is one of the most valuable things you can have as a player because you cannot do this tech without Overture. I also think you might need an R5 Sanhua as well. I think to be able to do this, you might need an R5 Sanhua, or I'm not sure. It might one or the other. There's a sequence node in here, or there's a sequence node I think at S6 or at S5 that like increases her concerto generation. And when you combine that with Overture, you enable this instant intro tech. So that's just something that you can do, but do recognize there are some prerequisites required to make this one happen. If she's on EOG, this isn't going to work. I think R1 Overture plus S5 will enable the rotation that we just talked about over here. And as you saw, it's a pretty fun one to do. Requires a little bit of practice, but overall not too complicated. But yeah, that's going to be all of our general tips and tricks when it comes to either unbricking or really just optimizing your rotations. The goal over here wasn't really to get into like any crazy, absurdly ridiculous quick swap stuff, but to kind of like show you that quick swap is a natural part of the game. Even if you're not like actively like quick swapping between two DPS characters, you can almost always do some kind of quick swap between like your support and your sub DPS as you're setting up the rotation, right? And as you saw over here, the optimizations that we did weren't insane, but they saved a lot of time and they feel pretty damn cool, if I do say so myself. Now, let me just go ahead. Let me close a couple of windows that I have open. My stream's like lagging right now. But yeah, that's going to be that for that one, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully this was helpful. Let me know if there are any questions you still have, if there are any rotation tips and tricks that I missed, and if this type of content is stuff that you're excited to see in the future. We could make this like a monthly, perhaps even weekly thing, depending on the submissions that come in. But yeah, do let me know if there's additional tech like this that you've discovered that other people maybe would want to know about. So yeah, that'll be that for that one, ladies and gents. Let me know what you all thought. Peace. Okay. Yeah. You know what I feel bad about? I feel bad about not being able to give Techie some more airtime. I feel like this is the first time I've seen. I feel like this is the first time I've seen Techie on Twitch in like a fucking week. But I was like in the zone, auto zone. Unfortunately, so I just had to keep going. Yeah, I think he dipped by now. But yeah, hopefully he's doing good. Hopefully he's doing good. Have you guys seen Techie on Twitch recently? Techie was in chat. He was in chat for a little bit. All right. 5 ways. 5 ways you're bricking your Wuwa gameplay. That was a fun little vid. Did you guys not know those texts, by the way? Did you guys not know those? Five ways to supercharge your gameplay? What, do I look like the fucking Energizer Bunny to you? Get the fuck out of here, brother. I cringe when my Sanhua heavy attack doesn't register because I swap too quickly. Agreed. I know Sanhua was fast, but not that fast. Yeah, Sanhua can kind of go, bro. But the thing is, she can only go if she has Overture. And so my take always is, Just put Overture on her. She's made for Overture. If you're trying to make your Sanhua deal damage, you're honestly a griefer. I'm just... if you're trying to make her do damage, you're a griefer, bro. I don't know what else to say. Like, just stop. Just stop it, man. She's the flex tape.
Stay behind me.
All right. Guys, I fucked up. You know what I forgot to do yesterday? I forgot to do my nightmare purification field yesterday. I forgot to do my nightmare nest the other day. I don't really care, but I just wanted to let you guys know I did that. Sell the account. Didn't you do it on stream? Did I? No, that might have been the other day.
Leave it to me.
Benny VD.
Fury boils. As you wish. Inferno. Let's do this another.
Conquest begins now. Winners win. My valor never fails.
Bro got fucking executed in slow motion.
Stay behind me. Sing of my triumph.
Vow from the soul.
I got an upgrade for my Gion build. Want to take a peek? Wait, wasn't your Gion the one with like 7 million percent value or crit value? I guess we gotta take a look, don't we?
Burn to ashes. Let's do this another.
Oh my, I'm getting beat up, bro.
Stay behind me.
All right, let's see what the flex is after I redeem some of these. Let's see what the flex is. Just farming my Corosauruses here. Reposting the link. Let me just see here. I can't see it. All I can see is attack 18. Crit rate 52.338. I wish I can't really look at the individual substats, but I see a 21 over here. Yeah, that's a wild ratio. You reset the I can see the width and the height in here. It's 550 by 247. So Gion's S3 gives him crit, or maybe it's his S4. Maybe it works with Shorekeeper. Yeah. Maybe you want a crit rate one if he's not going to be S3. Oh, there we go. Okay, now it's seeable. All right, so we got an attack sub on almost... We have an attack sub on every piece except for this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Double crit, 20... Oh, boy. Yeah, this Gion is kind of... this guy's... He's kind of going crazy. I would dare say this piece is the only, like, sort of... This one is, like, middling, but it's still... I would still use it. This piece is middling, but I would still use it. Yeah, this is when this is your worst piece, you know it's probably good. When this is the worst piece, the build is probably good. Oh, my bad. I was blocking it. Yeah, this one right here is the worst piece. This arrow damage cyan feathered heron. It's already good. Yeah, I'm let's just say I'm jealous. My Gion is not he's close. He's kind of close. He's got a good build too. Just see here what we got.
Is dynamic. Do not let your guard down.
You want to know what the craziest thing is? I can probably just put this directly onto I can probably just put these pieces directly onto Chuyan. Like this thing is I'm not gonna lie, this piece is kind of unethical. If I had like attack over here, this would be an unethical piece. Yeah, this is the thing. My like Nightmare Gorilla is the worst one. Like I just have not been farming this Nightmare Gorilla thing. It's easily my worst piece, and it's not even that bad. Wait, let's just upgrade this Rostrum real fast. What if it? Is it gonna be better? No, not much is gonna be better than that. Not really, no. No, life is, come on, surely I'll just roll like a perfect 21, 10 and a... Nah. Nah, that ain't happening, brother. Nah, that ain't happening, brother. Damn. Alright. That was a fun little break. That was a fun little break. But, yeah. Tuner Gate is real. I'm farming up on tuners right now. I've been doing Tassifields to grind Corosauruses. This is the thing. It's this Nightmare Nest might not be this crazy. Let's just talk about the situation over here, right? If you farm this Tassifield, you can build Chuyan and Galbraina at the same time. Where you're gonna get the 2-piece set for Chuyan, and then you'll get the 2-piece set for Galbraina. Like, assuming, right, that they use 2-piece fusion and 2-piece arrow damage pieces, which they probably will, because even if they scale on different attributes, even if they somehow scale on HP or defense, you'll still use attribute damage 3 costs. So it's like that's already like built into there. And so yeah, arrow damage 10%, fusion damage 10%. So yeah, you can pre-farm both of them. Won't he use Sierra Gale? Guys, I'm gonna be real here. The arrow 2-piece slot is probably the most flexible because you can use Gusts of Welkin, you can use Windward Pilgrimage, and Sierra Gale. You got fucking 3 options. Because they all give plus 10% arrow damage. So, yeah. Pretty good. And for any resonance skill damage dealers in the future, you can also use Frosty Resolve. Like, I think a lot of people haven't realized this one. For resonance skill damage dealers that release in the future and that use a 3-piece set, you can use Frosty fucking Resolve on them, which is kind of fucking crazy once you think about it. This is also the other thing, guys. You can also run an ER 2-piece too. So think about it this way. Imagine your Augusta was only 110% ER, right? Your Augusta is only 110%. You could just drop 10% electro damage against 10% ER. Like, losing 10% damage, guys, is nothing. You kind of won't notice losing 10% damage. You will notice not having 120 ER. You will notice not having enough ER. You won't notice missing 10% damage. The real question is, Donkey Kong 4 cost. I'm going to be real, right? There's a lot. the thing that's really actually impressed me with the 3 costs is that Gusts of, like, Arrow has so many fucking options available. Like, you could use the Cartithia Sword. You could use the fucking Nightmare Kelpie. I mean, naturally, right, you got, like, both Gorillas and Hakati, too, if you're, like, I don't even know why you would use Hakati, but, like, that's there as well. It's kind of wild once you think about it. Like, there's a... Like, Cartithia's Sword is just like, okay, 10% arrow damage bonus. Yes, it's going to be less than the other weapons, but it's like, you can guarantee that it's slightly usable still. Yeah, it's pretty good. I guess Capitano's over here with Spectro damage. Woohoo. What else? Windward Pilgrimage also, I mean, hey. Windward Pilgrimage also got that Karasaur. So, like, I'm going to be... Wait, can't you just use this on Yuno? Wait, you don't even have to farm Lady of the Sea. What do you guys mean, maybe? Yuno, literally, her kit is in the fucking game. Her kit is in the fucking game. What are you guys even saying? Like, you literally see she scales with liberation damage. Like, it's right fucking here. It's right fucking... It's right fucking here. Like, her weapon is like, is right here. Liberation damage. I'm not gonna lie, I heard farming Lady of the Sea is a pain in the dick, so I kind of don't want to do it. I heard farming Lady in the Sea is fucking awful, so, like, low-key, I might just, like, upgrade a Karasaur right now. Oh, we probably could make a video on how, like, farming Yuno is a piece of shit. Wait, what bonus do these get? They don't even have a bonus. These fucking Pilgrim Shells, piece of shit. Oh, okay. No. Wait, if it rolls double crit, it's good. Oh! Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, double crit and it's good. Oh! Do I not have any more arrow damages? Come on. There's no way. There's no fucking way. Oh, all the Karasaurs are shit. They're all bad. Attack, 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 attack. Motherfuckers. I feel like I should have like 700 more of these. I feel like I should have so many more of these from doing the Tacit Fields. I'm not even gonna... Alright, I'm just gonna passively farm them over the next couple of days. I mean, what? You know what? Fuck it. You know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna do this. I'm about to just spend it all. I need some for research purposes, but I'm about to spend it all. Boom. Boom. Where that, though? Oh, hell yeah, brother. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Damn, we got 3. We got 3 Korosaurs in here. Ooh. Ooh. 2 arrow damage? Fucking W. That's a massive fucking W right there. Okay, all right. Surely this Korosaurus, or surely this arrow damage is gonna be great. Come on. Okay, you actually bastard rat fuck. I like that. Ooh, come on, crit. Why do I have so many good Chorosaurs? Wait, why is this just sitting in my inventory? Or like oh, my Lupa's using those. All right, let's dog shit. Dog shit. Okay, why is it locking the oh, I locked every single damage type. I locked every single damage type for these. I hope that's good. Honestly, even if she's not heavy attack, having regular attack on it, let's see if it rolls double crit. Okay, it was a piece of shit anyways. I just want for this, for my Chorosaur, I just want it to be flat attack, regular attack, ER, and then double crit. That's what I want on my Chorosaur. Flat attack, regular attack roll, ER, and then double crit. That is like the dream. That is the goal. Dude, these are all bad. Like, okay, resident skill could be good. ER, okay. Heavy, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. These are... I'm just throwing away all my resources right now. I should just stop. Yeah. It's kind of embarrassing. Okay. All right. I think that's enough of the game for the day. We'll probably log back on it later. We got a video, ladies and gents. We actually got 2 videos. Why support sequences are useless. And the impossible power balance of Wuthering Waves. We got 2 interesting videos. Don't worry, I made sure to record my own stuff today. But finally, there's some more Wuwa content, boys. There's some more Wuwa content. All right. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. You want to know how I know I need to trim my beard? You want to know how I know I need to trim my beard? It's when I'm drinking something, and then, like, the liquid will, like, travel up my mustache, and then, like, leak out of, like, the side. That's how I know. That's how I know it's getting slightly too long. Yep. Yep, that's if you have facial hair, you will, like, spill, drinks will, like, drip down your face on accident. Drinks will drip down your face on accident. Women can't relate. Most of the time, yeah, they can't. I use the same method. Mods, you know. What's wrong with you? Why you like this? VIP? No. I'm not going to approve of that type of behavior. Okay. All right, BRB, I gotta go take a piss. I gotta go take a piss. And this is the thing, okay, guys? Can you guys, like, try? Can you guys, like, try to behave? I've been getting some complaints, actually, from Twitch staff. And the main feedback that they give me is that, they can tell that my chat hasn't showered. they can tell that my chat has not showered in the past week. They've actually installed like smello sensors next to the computer. It's actually like that was why the last Windows update took so long. They actually installed those. And right now Twitch staff is telling me that my stream is a biohazard. That they've actually been contacted by local state governments. They've been able to identify, like, via IP, like, who's literally about to, like, cause another pandemic. So, like, I'm, like, begging you guys, like, please. Like, you need to do me a favor. I might actually get arrested tomorrow. BRB. Alrighty, let's get right on into it. Would you mind checking donos when you get a chance? Oh, what do you mean by that one, Threads? What do you mean by check donos? I'm not sure where. On like Twitch or like or where? On Twitch? Okay, let me go check that out real fast. Yeah, we haven't started yet, so no big deal. Okay, let me see over here. I don't see anything on Twitch. Yeah, maybe you could DM me what it is on maybe you could DM me what it is on Discord. Yeah, maybe it's on Streamlabs. Let me check that out. Let me check that out. I did it through your dono link. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, maybe that one isn't. It's hard for me to like see that one. Yeah, maybe it was my dono link. You know what? I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out. Oh, here we go. If you have... Oh, I see. I see. Oh, there are some people... Oh, you're asking for a quick account review. Unfortunately, yeah, unfortunately right now, we're not Yeah, we usually have like set days for account reviews, and it's been a while. It's been a while since we've done our last one. So yeah. Yeah, probably not doable today, but yeah, we will be. I haven't had people added to the list in a while. Basically, I have not had people added to the account review list in a long time. Let's just say that. Was this the Arknights Enfield gameplay?
Demanding games like Arknights Enfield with hardware accelerated ray tracing at higher frame rates hour after hour. This new
Game looks good. Game looks good. This is the thing. I'm telling you right now, the more like Wuwa Enfield is, I think the better it's going to be. Just gonna be real with you guys. There's a reason why they're doing playtests. There's a reason why they're making these changes to make the game feel more actiony. It's because people like that more. They're literally running tests, A/B testing with hundreds, if not thousands of people from like focus groups, right? That like know the trends about like these games and like what's gonna be good and what's gonna be bad. And like they're not making these updates like on a fucking whim. I don't think a lot of people recognize that. They're just not doing them. They're not doing them like just for fun. Yeah, and then add those fucking blueprints because I'm gonna be real. If I have to spend like a multiple hours making my factory, that's gonna turn off a lot of people from playing the game. I'm just gonna be real with you there, bro. I'm trying to go like, hey, y'all think about it this way. Why are they showing that? Wait, let me pull up the link again. Hey guys, why do you think they're advertising this instead of the factory? Why do you guys think this is what they're showing in the gameplay footage? Why don't you guys think they're showing the fact? Because wait, all of the Arknight elitists told me that like the factory is actually the main focus of the game. The factory is actually the reason why everybody is playing Enfield. Wait, that's what the elitists told me. Why are they showing this then?
Demanding games like Arknights Enfield with hardware accelerated ray tracing at higher frame rates hour
Where's the factory?
after hour.
Oh wait. Maybe that's not actually the real reason why people want to play this fucking game. Maybe they want to collect characters. They want to collect characters and then go use them in combat. Wild! Who could have thought? People want to collect characters and use them in combat in a gacha game? No way! But no, the factory is actually the main focus, guys. The game mode. Where you don't even use the characters that you pulled. Thanks for the advice, Saint. Carlotta is 63, 295, and I'm noticing the better her build is, the easier it is in my hands. You're awesome. Hey, get her crit rate higher, though. 63 is still kind of low. You're missing a sub or two, buddy. Yeah, Carlotta below like 70% is a little sussy. Let's just say that. I know you're probably using her with Shorekeeper still, but yeah, getting her to like 70% means you'll be like 80-something. Sounds like ZZZ in TV mode again. Yeah. This is the thing. It's like somebody could probably make a detailed video about how Arknights Enfield literally has a case study to smooth out their release. It's called Zenless Zone Zero, and how that game launched with its dog shit TV system and basically killed its growth. Much like how the same exact thing is going to happen to Enfield if it launches with a dog shit factory system that is not good for new players. It'll just evaporate the new population of the game, and it'll end up on the same trajectory as EZZ. Let me say this. if you have the budget ZZZ did and you end up with like whatever ZZZ is doing, I'm gonna be real. I need to do a bit of an update. That's not good. Hypergriff is probably aware of this. I hope. I hope. Oh, Jesus. It looks so much worse. This looks so bad. Like, you can see this is literally the worst patch in ZZZ history. Like, it's just right. Like, you can clearly see it's the worst patch in ZZZ history. There's no argument. It's like here and then here. These are all the peaks. And then you got this shit. This number is literally going down. It's literally actively going down. Man. Hey, but my asthma saved the game. Boys. One of Fob's fans followed him home?
Never did. Did I ever tell you guys that time that someone, followed me to my house from near concert? Did I tell you guys about that one? Oh, yeah, okay, I didn't tell you guys that one. So, the Near Automata concert, while ago, it was over a year ago now. It was in LA, it's an hour-and-a-half drive away. And someone followed me from that concert all the way to my house. It was a dude, right? Followed me all the way to my house. And legitimately was at my door saying, "Oh, I just wanna talk to you, Fob." And I was like, "Bro, what? Did you follow me all the way here from the concert?" And he was like, "Yeah, you know, I saw you get in your car and I just followed." I'm like, "Okay." And then I told him that he needs to leave. Like, this is like extremely inappropriate. It was also that time when my sister was staying at my place and Lily was there as well, right? And I just told him, like, you have to leave. Like, you can't be here, right? And I warned him that if he didn't leave, I'd call the cops, right? I think he thought I was dumb, and which maybe, you know, he watches me, so, you know, maybe that's why he thought I was dumb, but I have cameras. I have 2 different cameras on different angles for a reason. My cameras cover every fucking angle of my front patio, right? And I can see. Literally, he like snuck behind a corner and just pretended to like sit there. But like obviously from the door I can't see him, but my camera can, and I saw him. And then and I tried to tell him one more time, "You gotta leave," and he didn't. So I called the cops, and it was fucking crazy. The cops had to fucking tell him to get the fuck out of here, right? Like, he can't do this. The cops literally said like one of the cops have been working for 20 years and they've never heard of anything like this. It's like borderline insane, right? And it was to the point where the police said, like, if it could become a reoccurring issue, or, you know, because this person does know where I live now, right? Which, okay, to be fair, he did say the reason he fucking also knew my address was because I leaked it before, which, yeah, fucking, yeah, whatever, man. Like, I know I have, but, like, obviously part of that's my fault, but, like, it doesn't really matter because he also followed me, right? So it wouldn't have mattered anyways. He followed me, so like he doesn't really need the address. But anyways, so the cops told me that it was probably wise to possibly look into a restraining order, and then that I could probably go to the police station afterwards and get the name of the person after the fact. So I reached out to Mythic, and they I have a lawyer which basically helped me set up my LLC. And his group also helps with other stuff as well. So they told me to go to the police station to get the guy's name. Then for some weird reason, apparently I wasn't allowed to get the name now. That I would have had to get the name at the fucking
is he taking so long to tell this story? That's probably the main thing that's throwing me off is like, holy shit. I feel like I've been listening for 5 minutes. I feel like I've been listening for 5 minutes and I've actually only heard like 10%.
Like, I don't fucking know. It was just a whole fucking bag of worms, and my lawyer basically said, okay, like, we'll see, you know. At the end of the day, the best play is to just move, or, you know, like, hopefully this doesn't become a recurring thing. Thank God it hasn't been a reoccurring thing. I don't know why the police fucking wouldn't give me. I gave them the incident number and everything, but apparently there was some type of fucking, I don't remember exactly what, but there was like some like fucking like rule that made it so that I couldn't receive his name. I don't know if it was because of like an age thing or I don't know, but yeah. So that all happened, right? I don't even know, how did we get into this story? Oh yeah, about the lawyer, right? Okay, yeah. So I do have a lawyer, and so like if issues actually do happen, I can have like a lawyer up.
What a tangent.
Like on the phone immediately, right? Obviously there's retainer fees and all that shit, but at the end of the day, like the main thing I was saying was, I think too many CCs, like you said, Tasty Cookie, if someone is literally like pushing a post that is saying you're a criminal, and
I feel like I just went on it, and I feel like, you know what I feel like just happened? I feel like I was like playing RuneScape in 2005 and like a random event just happened. I got like teleported by the genie while I was like mining for copper.
and tons of people are getting on it, right? I think all you do is lawyer up and fucking stay silent. Legitimately. I think any statement you make makes your lawyer's job just harder. And whether you like him or not, chat, right? And maybe this isn't the best example because he's way too fucking big, but Mr. Beast wasn't a whole lot of fucking shit, and he just went completely radio silent and just lawyered up, right? And at the end of the day, bro, that incident, I feel like barely fucking touched him, you know?
Okay, so I guess they're talking about tech. Were they talking about tech? Were they talking about tech in his break? I feel like that's what the subject matter was. That's what I'm going to assume. They're talking about tech. Okay, that was a fucking trip. That was literally an adventure. Holy shit. Gateo was in Fob's chat earlier when Fob was trying to find glue on the female rover CN rover fired situation. Fob can just watch my video. Fob can just watch my video. Why is he busy trying to find out glue? He could just watch my vid. Gateos, what is this?
Funded. Well, there's the drama. I'm pretty, like, her side of the story is pretty convincing to me, okay? I don't know how the Coup Dogs are gonna spin this the other way still, but, like, I'm 100% siding with her, okay? I mean, he literally got all the receipts. It was that one victim Coup Dog.
What are they even talking about? Fob said I'm biased. Fob literally gets paid by Hoyoverse. What? Hoyoverse literally gives Fob money. Why is he calling me biased? He literally receives like a direct deposit from Hoyoverse. What is he doing calling me biased? I'm the one that doesn't get paid by anybody. I'm the one that literally doesn't get paid by anybody. So, So the guy that's literally getting paid by Hoyoverse is calling me biased. Yeah, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, Faber. That doesn't make very much sense. Also, brother, your ass is Omega hated in Fob's chat. Fob's chat pays Hoyoverse. So this is the thing with Fob's chat. Fob's chat pays Hoyoverse, and then Fob is paid by Hoyoverse. Of course, his chat is not gonna like somebody that calls out Hoyoverse. CNVA released a video statement regarding the situation. 2 hours ago. Okay. She can't file her lawsuit against anybody. However, the doc guy certainly can, and she will likely lose. So, it's just, she's being held criminally liable, and the other guy... What's the point of this? This is such... I feel like this response is, like, not helping. Is this what Fob saw? I don't think this was even available when Fob was looking at it. Yeah, Huh? Okay. Let me read a little bit of this over here. After May 30, okay, so there's the first like 11 points over here was like her clarifying not playing Wuthering Waves. This was her like clarifying how when she said she was gonna play a game where she's the MC, she was actually playing Minecraft. So that's her clarifying that. After May 31st, unhappy messages started to appear. To avoid conflicts, she chose to remain silent and stop mentioning Wuwa in public. So Wuwa players got upset because you rage baited them and said you were going to play the game that you're the MC in for months. You like basically edged them and then never play the game, play a bunch of random other shit instead. And so Wuwa players, after months of you intentionally rage baiting them, got upset that you would just literally promise to play the game and then not play it. And you then, after intentionally rage baiting, the community gets upset. The best course of action is to ignore the community and stop mentioning the game. Basically making them even more upset because you're refusing to address the issue. But in private, she still expressed love and interest in the fans. Fans started making videos about her being passive-aggressive with Wuwa. After she was literally being passive-aggressive with Wuwa. Once her update was posted, her comment section went to war. Oh, okay. Okay, so she found one of these videos of a Wuwa player being upset with her. Then her comment sections went into war. She then chose to contact the authorities right away. She went back to talk about the night of the 5th. She left a comment for someone, asking them to stop their negative comments towards her. She felt that the comment was not a good idea. Okay. So, somebody left a comment. They were upset with her. She replied to them, "Can you stop being mad at me?" And then she, like, deleted her comment later. And thought, oh. How many comments did she delete? Between 15 and 18, she deleted 2 of them? Then started a DM chat? This is like, I mean, assuming that this is correctly translated, this has to be one of the most ridiculous situations I've ever seen. This has to be one of the most, like, just, like, you read this and you're like, wait, this doesn't make a lot of sense. This doesn't. All right. Is there like a different translated? Is there like a different translated version? Like, I want to be able to like cross-reference and just like. Okay, that's just. This is the most recent update, then, right? I translated as she talked. Called. Is this yours? $57.30 in here.
That is the smartest thing to do.
For fob
Part hearsay as well. The fact that she might be a leader of this doxing group.
I don't think anyone said she's a leader. I think people said that she's closely associated with the doxing group. Oh yeah, no, I saw you got here.
There is all hearsay. Saint, covered it. Have fun if you're interested. Saint, when there's anything Hoyo involved. Listen, I know Saint will say is 100% unbiased and is like 100% informative, but
Bob, can you show your bank statement, please? I want to see the. Hey, I just want to make sure that Hoyoverse isn't literally sending you money every month. Hey, can you confirm that that isn't happening, Fob? What are we doing here talking about another CC's bias when you literally get paid by Hoyoverse every month? Saint pocket watching? Hey, at least at least I heard what Fob said before calling him biased. Hey, Fob, at least I took the time out of my stream to hear what Fob said before calling him biased. At least I heard him out first. Maybe he could extend the same privilege to me. So, yeah. I don't think I need to say much more on the matter. Yes, Hoyoverse pays him thousands of dollars every year for coverage of their games. So, I mean, yeah. I don't if we're going to talk about bias, I don't think there's really a leg to stand on over here. That's just my take, though. That's just my take. That's just my take. I know he was trying to be a little bit diplomatic with it, but yeah, I'm gonna be real here, buddy. Don't think that one. Yeah, don't think that one worked out too well. I just need to say a couple of real facts. I guess this is also the other thing, right? If we want to extend that narrative further, Fob also gets paid by Kuro. So Fob is literally paid to be a fence sitter. Yeah, that's his career. He's literally paid to be a fence sitter. Because he's literally paid not to like have strong opinions about either side. It is what it is. It is what it is. Subtitled video of her response. Is this actually subtitled properly?
2024年5月份，我发布了2则直播预告，分别是30号发布的 MC 直播预告和31号发布的我要玩一款开放世界我录女玩家的游戏的直播预告。在我之前所有的社交媒体中都曾提到 MC 指代的是我的世界 Minecraft 这款游戏，而开放世界我录女玩家的游戏则是指游戏仙剑世界。5月31号正是该游戏的3册。我本打算播完仙剑世界就播明朝，当然也有人说这只是我的主观表述，确实主观。
Is this translated correctly?
很难佐证。在这里我放一段5月24日我的直播录屏。明朝我下载了，我还没开始玩，就忙的，有时候忙的头疼，然后头疼的时候就不想看那个手机了。你们现在推荐这些，我现在也玩不了，就是所有需要你用心的游戏我都玩不了。网络上开始出现不满的声音，并伴随小范围发酵之后，不再在公共场合提起该游戏，表达对该角色的喜爱。
Oh wait, no, it's the same. It's the same as that translation.
发布明朝女漂泊者 CV 归娘阴阳明朝之类的视频，致使该词条变成了与我名字捆绑的黑词条。这个词条被挂了长达1年天眼。声明。
Okay. I mean, this looks like an audio AI translation. What do you mean by audio AI translation? Okay, so is that... Yeah, Wuwa is the Ming Dynasty. I get that. I get that, but like everything else seems like pretty in line. Seems pretty in line.
希望我可以帮助他维权。随后，他疑似自行删除了2条带有我回复的评论，只保留了1条我未回不满，纷纷指责我删评且谎话连篇。事情到此，我停止了在公共平台，转而寻求律师法院提起诉讼。
The fuck even is all this shit? Yeah, I don't know what any of this shit is. Alrighty. Yeah, don't know what all that shit on like the at the end was, but I mean, I guess we could upload an update on this situation. It's screenshots of her DMs. Alrighty. Just wait for some videos of people calling her shit out tomorrow. I guess this is the thing, right? I guess this is the thing. Wait, called. Is this your post? Is this yours? Oh, okay. All right. All right, I guess we'll cover this one first. I guess we'll just... why don't we just cover this one first? Yeah. Yeah, all right. All right. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to do a bit of an update to, actually... Okay, wait a second. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to have a bit of an update on the female rover CNVA situation. As you're all aware, within the past 24 hours, I uploaded a video talking about how Kuro actually fired this voice actor. She was accused of quite a few things: aiding in the doxing of Wuthering Waves players, intentionally misrepresenting the game on social media, and of course, right, inciting a lot of sort of like public outrage that has had the devs taking some pretty definitive action. She is no longer going to be the VA for Rover, the main character in Wuwa, and her voice lines are currently being replaced. But it turns out there's been a bit of an update, and this issue is so top of mind for many individuals in CN that, well, it's getting talked about a lot. And you can see over here, this comment section on her end is locked. There are no people that are able to make any replies at all, and all she has is a 5-minute explanation video. And the great news about all of this is that, well, we got a translated version of that video in script, and we've also got a subtitled version over here. And so, for the sake of not necessarily, having too much, I'm just gonna be honest here, not most people on YouTube aren't gonna understand Chinese. I think it might make sense for us to just kind of like verify. The script over here is pretty much sort of like 1-to-1 with what's going on here, right? Some of like the names of things, like they're calling Wuwa like the Ming Dynasty. They're saying like some weird shit like that. So this translated version over here isn't the most accurate. It's also all in Chinese. So let's just go ahead. I've had some viewers verify that this script that's showing on the screen is essentially what she's saying. And just so you all know, the screenshots that are in here showing examples of some of the stuff that she's going to be talking about, it's also in Chinese. So you're probably not going to be able to follow it along very well either. So yeah, here we go. We had a viewer over here translating it as she talked. It's actually called subs. He's pretty fluent in Chinese. So let's hear what she's saying to excuse herself from this matter. She opens up her video by saying that she's already talking to a lawyer for some clarifications on the next steps. She then points out how in her past post, when she said that she was going to be playing the MC on stream, she actually said that MC stood for Minecraft. And by saying that she was playing the MC, she wasn't referring to her main character role in Wuthering Waves. That is the very first thing that you get right off the rip over here. And let's just verify that.
2024年5月份，我发布了2则直播预告，分别是30号发布的 MC 直播预告和31号发布的。
So yeah, 2 live stream announcements, one on the 30th for an MC live stream, and another on the 31st for a live stream of an open world game with female characters in it. So this is the thing, right? Wuthering Waves is a very big game in CN. Wuthering Waves is a very big game that has a lot of airtime on like Bilibili, Tieba, all of that sort of stuff, right? And to be the main character voicing in the game, and then to intentionally abbreviate things like this and be this vague, what is the reason for that other than to generate hype about you playing Wuthering Waves, the character or the game that you are the female main character of? She is the female MC of Wuthering Waves. And then she decides to make 2 vague announcements, not specifying the game, intentionally to drive up some level of hype, or honestly, set some sort of expectation, right, for what's going to happen moving forward. And the amazing thing is, guys, is that these excuses seem like an obvious cop-out, right? This seems like something where you read it and you're like, okay, this sounds like an excuse that was made after the fact. Because what the, like, you should know, like, anybody that did this, if a VA for a super popular game did this, they would piss off their fan base.
我要玩一款开放世界我录女玩家的游戏的直播预告。 在我之前所有的社交媒体中都曾提到 MC 指代的是我的世界 Minecraft 这款游戏。
You know what? Let's just listen to the video. It's actually I think with the translation on the screen, we'll just clarify where it's mistranslated. So she's saying over here that in her previous social media posts, she clarified that MC refers to the game Minecraft, while the open world game is referring to something else. Why not just say the names of the games then? Why not just say the name of the game that you're going to be playing on stream? Instead of, obviously, making it seem like you're playing Wuthering Waves, bait and switch your fan base and then not play it. And then go play something else that fit the bill. What is this other than trying to rage bait Wuthering Waves players? What is the explanation here other than intentionally trying to make Wuwa fans mad? There isn't one.
都曾提到 MC 指代的是我的世界 Minecraft 这款游戏，而开放世界我录女玩家的游戏则是指游戏仙剑世界。5月31号正是该游戏的3册。我本打算播完仙剑世界。
So, this is where there's some translation errors. Ming Dynasty over here is Wuthering Waves. And the idea was that, oh, I'm going to rage bait Wuwa players. I'm going to go ahead and rage bait Wuthering Waves players. I'm intentionally not going to play the game after framing it like I am across 2 live streams. But then my original plans were I was only going to rage bait them 3 to 4 times, and then I was going to play Wuwa after that. I was going to, okay? I only planned on rage baiting and baiting the player base 2 or 3 times. Then I was going to play Wuwa afterwards. That's what she's saying over here. Is it surprising at all that some people claimed this was just a subjective statement from her? Because she hasn't even played Wuwa yet. Just so you know, this was May 24th. She hasn't played Wuwa yet. And is still saying it was her original intent to do it.
世界就播明朝，当然也有人说这只是我的主观表述，确实主观意愿很难佐证。
And this is a clip of her from the May 24th incident.
在这里我放一段5月24日我的
Trying to prove that this was her intent.
直播录屏。明朝我下载了，我还没开始玩儿，就忙的，有时候忙的头疼，然后头疼的时候就不想看那个手机了。
Maybe somebody from chat can translate what she's saying over here. Line 7 of your script? Okay, perfect. This is line 7. In that clip, she said she downloaded Wuwa, but hasn't played because she's been super busy. She's saying she downloaded Wuwa, but hasn't played because she's been super busy, but she got time to play Sword and Fairy World 3 and Minecraft. She's using this as the excuse. She's saying that this clip absolves her of all blame, and she's saying that this is proof that she was going to play Wuwa when she's on the record goofing around playing Minecraft and Sword and Fairy 3 World. But Wuwa is apparently downloaded. I'm not gonna lie. If somebody has said that they were gonna play it, they rage baited twice, baited you, didn't actually play it, and then they say I have it downloaded, but I'm just so busy, as they're effectively playing random fucking other games instead. If you have full context of this situation, this would probably just piss you off even more. If you were a Wuthering Waves player. They said they're too busy, and then they're just goofing around in other titles instead, rather than playing the game that they basically promised that they were going to play multiple times. Huh. Let's keep listening now. What else are the excuses going to be?
你们现在推荐的游戏我都玩不了，就是
As you can see, the video shows my genuine goodwill, and there's no truth to the online rumors. all you need to do is just literally look at the actions that you yourself have said you made. This is what's going to be good over here. This transcript is going to be great to just have a record of all of the bullshit that she said in this video already. Has 2 incidents where she's clearly faking playing Wuthering Waves on stream, baits fans of the game into watching her stream. You go in expecting Wuwa and she plays Minecraft. Second stream, you go in expecting Wuwa and she plays Sword and Fairy 3. And then at the end of the Sword and Fairy stream, oh, I don't have enough time for Wuwa. I'm just too busy. Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to be able to play it, but I promise I'll play it eventually. If that's not looking down on a game, or at least making it feel like you look down on a game, that's just bullshit. You're literally saying Sword and Fairy 3 and Minecraft were a higher priority to play on stream than the game you're the main character in. That is what her actions said. She prioritizes Minecraft and Sword and Fairy 3 over the game that she is the main character in and voices. There's no truth to the online rumors suggesting that I look down on Wuthering Waves. The truth is right there. You have to be an actual idiot to not be able to identify why people would have this take. You have to be intentionally obtuse not to be able to identify why Wuwa fans would have this take, given the track record of her actions.
就是需要用心去沉浸进去体验剧情的，首先我玩不了，其次你要肝，你要练级，你要打材料，这些我现在也玩不了，就是所有需要你用心的游戏我都玩不了。可以看到视频中的主观善意是存在的，不存在网上传的我看不起明朝这样的说法。
It's crazy. We're only a minute and 18 seconds of the video, and she already lied this much.
5月31号之后，网络上开始出现不满的声音，并伴随小范围发。
Yes, dissatisfaction emerged online after you rage baited the entire CN Wuthering Waves community on 2 separate occasions.
发酵，我为了避免与玩家发生。
And so after rage baiting the players 2 consecutive times, she decided to, instead of following through on the promise that she made to stream the game, she decided to stop talking about it completely and never mention the game ever again. After she intentionally rage baited multiple times, then promised that she was going to play the game but didn't have enough time, the next step for her is to be radio silent and then never mention the game again. Guys, does this story make any fucking sense? Assuming that she's innocent. Does it make any sense at all that she's innocent in this story when you see the actions that have been taken?
冲突选择了保持沉默，之后不再在公共场合提起该游戏。
She's very good at playing the victim? I don't think so. If her comment section is locked, I don't think she's that good at it. I think people are sniffing her bullshit out, and she had to quell discussion about how much bullshit she's spitting right now. That's my take. And of course, she follows it up with, however, in private, I continue to express my love for the character to my fans. This is my age-old response to a take like this. Proof! 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 There's a reason why it's a black screen with white text over here. There's a reason why it looks like Honkai Star Rail right now in Zenless Zone Zero. Because she ain't got no fucking proof of that, brother. Imagine. What does this even mean? However, in private, I continue. What was it like? Oh, blessed Lord above, may my fans that like my performance, like, what was that? Like, what is it? What does that even mean? In private, I continue to express my love for the character to my fans. What, in the fucking confessional? What does this even mean?
但私下里，我仍然会和粉丝们交流，表达对该角色的喜爱。24年6月到25年8月份，这期间有。
So guys, just so you know, for some additional context, from June 2024 to August 2025, all of these lies or baits that she was going to play the game, this was when Wuthering Waves was releasing. This was during Wuthering Waves' release. During Wuwa's release, she was playing Minecraft and Sword and Fairy 3 World. The game just launched, and she said she downloaded it but hasn't played because she's super busy. The game just launched, and she playing this shit instead. Like, I'm just gonna be real here. One of the most hyped games ever that you're voicing it just launched, and you're playing Minecraft and Sword and Fairy 3 instead, and you're wondering why people are mad. This has been going on for over a year. She has been cashing in on these paychecks for the voice acting role for a game that she has straight up treated like this. I'm surprised the firing didn't happen sooner. I'm going to be real with you. I'm surprised the firing didn't happen earlier.
有网友断断续续的在 B 站制作发布明朝女漂泊者 CV 归。
So now she's complaining about how over the past year, after she mocked the game, she's complaining that people are saying that she mocked the game. Yeah, Wuthering Waves female rover voice actor Gui Nyang mocks Wuthering Waves. That's literally what happened. That's honestly, it's a factual statement at this point. The game launches and you're playing other random fucking shit. After clearly describing it as, I'm playing MC. I'm playing the MC. I'm playing a game with female playable characters. And then you proceed to not play Wuwa for 2 consecutive streams on the week that it launches. Brother, this is so... you can clearly see this is a really stinky fucking mess.
归娘阴阳明朝之类的视频。
And now she's complaining that there's a negative label tied to her name. Deserved. Deserved.
致使该词条变成了与我名字捆绑的黑词条。这个词条被挂了长达1年之。
The label persisted for over a year. Deserved.
之久。这1年间，我始终未回应过这件事，因为我作为一个有长期工作经验的配音演员，深知网络上的观。
Oh, and now she's basically saying, because I'm a VA and I have a lot of years of experience, clearly the only people mad at me are a bunch of little kids. Yeah, the only people that could be mad at me are like clearly immature. And so in our apology video, in how we're addressing the public after we just got fired, we are actually blaming the people who got mad. From us she intentionally rage baited people and is saying, if you got mad, you're clearly immature. You're just a dumb fucking kid if you got mad. This is the apology, by the way. This is after she got fired. She no longer has the job, and then she thought this was the right response.
观众年龄参差不齐，其中也有很多未成年人。
Notice how there's not a follow-up there. It just says, yeah, I know. I get attacked by minors all the time.
成年人。
And then moves on. Who does this remind you of? I don't know. I think I would have to rate this apology a 7 out of 10. Gonna be honest. It would have been better not to say this. Crazy how often you can give that feedback to apologies nowadays. Especially from people that... I think she has a pretty big ego. Anyways, let's keep moving on. On September 5th, 2025, I came across a video on Bilai Bilai and noticed in the comments that some users had tampered with and maliciously misinterpreted the things I said. Let's hear it. Let's hear how.
25年9月5日，我在 B 站刷到了一条视频， 在评论区发现有部分网友对我曾经说过的话进行了篡改和恶意解读。
I immediately posted a clarification statement on my Billy page, but once it was posted, the comment section descended into chaos. Hey guys, so should we take the word of the person that is literally on the record rage baiting the Wuthering Waves community? They don't show what they posted clearly, and they're saying that there's an irrational response. I'm pretty sure they just rage baited the Wuwa community again.
我当即在自己的 B 站动态发布了辟谣声明。
Where does this clarification stay? Let me see over here. Let me see over here. Can somebody translate this? Where's called? Where's Mature? How you go? She said, school is in. I can refute this now. So she once again reiterates that because school is in and all the kids are gone, all the kids are busy, now she can address the information properly. So she's once again, so in her response, she once again delegitimizes the complaints and says it's just a bunch of dumb kids making takes. So the comment section descends into chaos. The comment section descends into chaos, but she rage baits the community again. Notice, didn't I just say, are you going to trust the person that's on the record rage baiting the community of the game when they say the comment section is descending in chaos? When it's clear she literally rage baited them a third time. She rage baited them a third fucking time. Even in the comment section. This last statement is, she wishes the 6th graders good grades. And that's why the emote is there. Guys, are you beginning to see why people are pissed off with her? Are you guys beginning to see why there has been such a public outcry that she's affiliated with XJJ, the e-terrorist organization that is filled with Hoyoshills, when on every single interaction with the Wuthering Waves community, she has rage baited them, gone radio silent, and then after her radio silence, she rage baits them again. The last time she talked about Wuwa, guys, was on May 2024, when she had 2 consecutive times she rage baited the player base. And then after a year-plus break from May 2024 to September 2025, radio silence, and then she breaks her radio silence on September 5th, and then rage baits the player base again. By saying they're just a bunch of dumb fucking 6th graders. Are you guys... This is unreal. Posting this video is crazy. Uploading this video is crazy. This is only going to make the situation worse. I said before, I thought she was going to get fired by multiple companies. Now I feel like it's not just I think. Now it's like I know she's going to get fired from multiple companies. Holy shit.
动态发布了辟谣声明，声明一经发出，评论区陷入混战。
And then later around midnight, she hid the comment. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because you degraded the entire fan base and you said they're just a bunch of dumb fucking 6th graders. And that's the reason why they're upset. And you didn't actually do anything wrong. It's just a bunch of immature kids. This literally is... She is... an Asian version of Genocide. Like... They just make it worse. they do dumb shit, they get called out on it, and then pour gasoline on the fire, and then blame everybody else. And they don't know how to fucking apologize properly.
最后在0点左右，我隐藏了该动态。0点30分，我突然收到大量短信验证码轰炸。
Now she's saying, hey guys, I called the entire Wuwa community a bunch of retarded middle schoolers, and now they got upset at me and sent password reset requests to my account, to my Bilibili account. I'm gonna be real here. You called them a bunch of dumb fucking middle schoolers. Like, after rage, her track record with the Wuwa community is either radio silence or rage baiting. And now she's like, oh, all I did was intentionally try to piss them off for over a year. Why are they mad at me? Oh my god, this community is so irrational. Oh, I only just rage baited them for over 18 months. Why are they upset? Wait, these people aren't real, bro. This isn't real. This doesn't seem real. Like, anybody can just, like, piece together the story. I don't even know Chinese, and I know this is fucked up. Apparently, this translated comment that we just looked at, it was worse.
我第一时间选择了报警。在5号晚间
Oh, boo-hoo, wah wah, move on.
我曾点进一个人的空间给他留言，希望他能停止对我的。
On the 5th, I visited someone's profile and left a message. There's a picture of somebody's cat. So she, with her 600K subscriber base, full of rabid Hoyoshil XJJs, she decided to go onto somebody's picture of their cat and publicly ask them to basically, and put a target on them publicly. This is her just giving all the evidence. This is her just giving evidence of all of her wrongdoing. It's only further reinforcing why she does not need a job. Oh my lord, I see why the comments be locked now. This just gets worse and worse.
负面评论之后觉得不妥。
Feeling it was inappropriate. How about after getting advised by your fucking manager or lawyer, you got told to delete it because you're a fucking idiot? I don't even know what to say at this point. Like, why are there so many deletions? Why are there so many? Oh man, you know what? In reflection of my past deeds, perhaps this wasn't a good idea. Allow me to go rectify this mistake by deleting that comment. Why is she doing it so many times? Guys, I'm telling you, this is all happening within a 24-hour span of time. It's all happening. She's deleted like 3 comments and had so many reflections about it being inappropriate within a 24-hour time span.
我便前去删除，等我到达时，发现他已经自行删除了。此时，他的评论区是公开状态。
At that time, their comments section was public, and I didn't see anyone attacking them. All right, I see what the narrative is now. So, you had content creators, unfortunately. There are some individuals who are not knowledgeable about this issue and decided not to take the words of CN players who were following the issue. CN players knew all of this, but there are a lot of ENCCs who thought that people are like jumping the gun. Essentially, what she did here was put a target on a random Wuwa player's back, and this individual happened to have some personal information on their Bilibili. However, a lot of people do have like something a little bit personal on a profile like that. And I don't think this person ever expected to be bagged on and publicly called out and essentially the scarlet letter pinned on their fucking profile for 600K plus XJJ fans to go attack. But that's what happened. And you know what people are doing? Those dumb CCs, right? People like Gateo that are saying it's just coup dogs, creating drama out of a situation and wrongfully getting a VA fired. She decided to go put a target on this person's back, and this person happened to have some personal info on their profile. But guess who put the eyes of 600K subscribers on them? Her. She got one mean comment addressing the ways that she's fucked over the community of this game. And she decided to sick her subscribers on them by doing this. Guys, just imagine somebody doing this in the US. Somebody doing this in global. Somebody doing this on the EN side. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a brand online, Adoro44, a Tectone would get called out for basically publicly saying, go harass this guy. That is what she's doing here. She is publicly telling her subscribers, go harass this person. They're being mean to me. Anybody can see it for themselves. That's clearly what's happening over here. Why the fuck would somebody with 600K subs do this? That's just 600K subs. It's also a prominent voice actor. A prominent voice actor as well.
去删除，等我到达时，发现他已经自行删除了。此时他的评论区是公开状态。
And now they're gonna get into, oh, I didn't know I was doing anything wrong. Oh, I deleted my comments afterwards. Or the comments were deleted, so it was actually not that bad.
有人攻击他。
Minimization.
凌晨，我思来想去，应该跟他道个歉。于是我来到。
After some thought, after a conversation with my lawyers, I decided I should apologize to them.
评论区。
That's the correction there.
诚恳的致歉。此时他的评论区仍然是公开的，依然未发现有人来攻击他。
Oh, and now we're just gonna show screenshots showing. Oh, it's nothing bad actually happened, guys. See, it's not that big of a deal. Considering that morning was approaching and people would start waking up, I realized that the public apology comment could still risk attracting attacks toward them. So I deleted the apology. Guys, this person has deleted like 17 fucking comments within 24 hours and is trying to tell you the truth about this matter. Isn't it? This is the thing. If true, why are there so many screenshots of these deleted comments before they're deleted? It's like we knew that they were going to be deleted, and so we took a screenshot in advance to show that it was there before we delete it. It's like, isn't this just... It's... Why are there so many screenshots of all the deleted things when it's like it's... How about she's just lying?
后考虑到早上到来，大家要陆续起床。
Wait, what is this?
这条公开的道歉评论
It's a fucking mess.
还是会有给他引来攻击的风险。于是我删除了该评论区内容，并将道歉单独用私信的方式发给了他。
Now, we're chatting via private messages. And you want to know the best part about this, guys? This is the person that got them fired. You see how they're like responding to this person? This person simply just went ahead and posted the DMs online, and this VA got fucking fired. Hey guys, who's in the wrong over here? Did Kuro mess up? Did the Wuwa community mess up? Why is it that all she needed to do was post these DMs online and she got no job no more?
9月6日7点24分，我们在私信开始了聊天。我始终抱。
I consistently maintained a desire to help them and communicate. Hey guys. So imagine you're like walking down the street, right? Imagine you're like walking down the street and then somebody just comes over out of nowhere, clotheslines you. You're like on the ground, like fucking bleeding and shit. You've been like concussed like 3 or 4 separate times on the way down. And then the person is immediately like, oh my gosh, let me help you, bro. The same person that just clotheslined you and took out about 3 of your teeth is like now trying to like help you up and say, let me help you, bro. Oh, let me go call the police. Who cares how apologetic you are? Who cares all of this stuff that you're doing? This person doesn't need to accept your fucking help after you literally attacked them and got them doxxed. You want to know what is a definitive fact about this situation? This is the person that got doxxed, right? If this dumbass decided to just not comment, put a target on this person's back on a photo of their fucking pet, if this dumbass VA just never made this dumbass comment, nobody would have been doxxed. Nobody would have had their personal information revealed. People blaming the victim for having personal stuff on their profile is like, how about you blame the person that got their that made sure that this person's profile was hyper-analyzed by 600k rabid Hoyo shills? How about you blame the person that created this entire situation? Oh, wait, we all did. That's why she doesn't have a fucking job anymore. Oh, it looks like rationality won today, boys. WCN.
引来攻击的风险，于是9月6日7点4分，我始终抱着想帮助他的心态，积极沟通。我对其建议不要再去公共平台发言，以免引发网络暴力损害。
So is XJJ like killing people? No, they're doxing people, and they literally have gotten sent to jail for doxing people. That's literally XJJ. They dox people. And doxing people gets you arrested and you go to jail.
害人身权益，这是我所不希望看到的。
Okay, so now she's just spilling all the beans over here, trying to say that she's like trying to help people, trying to minimize cyberbullying as she literally creates the situation where the cyberbullying occurred. Guys, this is literally the coked out meth head going to like the local DARE conference at the middle school. He's literally shooting up at the round table telling you how dangerous drugs are. That is what it's like for somebody in her position, with her track record, to talk about how dangerous cyberbullying is. Or how she's like trying to prevent all this nasty stuff from happening. It's the obese person telling you that you need to go on a diet. An obese person telling you how a healthy lifestyle is the best way to live longer. Yes, it's true, but are you going to take it very seriously from somebody like that? The answer is no.
11点52分，他发给了我2张包含线下相关人员信息的图片，称自己很崩溃，希望我可以制止。
So, this person reached out to her. This person reached out to her because she's getting harassed. This person is getting harassed by XJJ. XJJ doxes themselves, and they managed to spin around the narrative as this person that got doxed by Guinong, the female rover VA. They're saying that this person is doxing others. Oh, brother, this situation has just gotten crazier and crazier. Let me break it all down for you. Female Rovers VA harasses somebody on Bilibili. XJJ goes to investigate because their queen is under attack, find personal information on the doxed person's profile, and then doxes them. That person gets reached out to by XJJ, gets harassed by them, and then reaches out to Guinong for help. Because Guinong has decided to, after fucking them over, say that they're going to help them. Guinong then gets sent, Female Rovers VA, then gets sent this showing evidence that XJJ members are harassing the person that got doxed. XJJ hears about this, I wonder how, and then XJJ spins it as the person that got doxed is actually the one doxing everybody else. And so, as a result, what has occurred is the person got doxed because of the actions of Female Rovers VA, and then got accused of doxing because of the actions of Female Rovers VA. So Female Rovers VA and CN not only got somebody doxed, they also got somebody accused of doxing. All from their own actions. The first is obviously making their comment, putting the target for XJJ to go focus on, and then they reached out to their victim, got their victim's trust, and then XJJ used that trust to pin even more to basically victim blame and turn the doxed person into the one that's doxing others. And we were able to discern all of this because of the video. The VA made this video. Basically just a documentary outlining every single crime that they committed. A documentary outlining how badly they fucked up. Just listing out all the ways that they have tried to ruin this person's life. Holy shit.
我迅速向该网友建议报警，并表达了自己愿意找律师协助他维权，愿意承担后续的所有费用。同时，我也发布了动态，呼吁大家不要做出违法行为，并表示我已联系上受害人，后续会继续帮他维权。
This is a caught moment where it's like, hey guys, there's actual risk that I'm going to go to jail if you guys keep doing what you're doing. Can you guys stop doxing and harassing this individual because I am an accessory to this crime? I am the reason why this crime is occurring, and if you guys keep doing this, I will go to jail. Please stop. That's the right translation of this post over here.
但是不知是何缘故，他在我们私聊期间仍然对其他网友宣称我没有联系他。
Hey guys, why would she know? Why would female Rover's VA know what the doxed person is telling to other people? I'm just gonna be real here. How would she know all of this?
最后他又来到我的评论区，再次发评论称联系了什么。该条评论随后疑似被他自行删除。在这之后，他又在评论区发布了3段声称自己遭到短信轰炸的评论，称自己很害怕，并再次强调我没有正面回应他。
Probably because they realized you were full of shit. Yeah, that's probably the main thing. They probably realized you weren't reaching out from a place of goodwill. You were reaching out from a place to try to avoid legal consequences and career-altering consequences of your dog shit actions. They probably realized you were giving out terrible fucking advice. And you want to know what was probably the kicker over here? Yeah, it was them reaching out to you in regards to the doxing. It was them reaching out to you in regards of the doxing. And then you proceed to make the information public. Basically saying, yes, the person that you got harassed, they're really getting impacted by it. What's that a sign for XJJ? Keep harassing them. Yeah. I'm going to be real over here. This person shouldn't have even given this VA the time of day in the first place. They shouldn't have even given this VA the time of day in the first place. Just gone right to the fucking authorities and just taking it from there. But honestly, well, it's blown up in her face anyways.
评论称自己很正面，我满头雾水的在评论区回复他。我早上7点多就与他一直保持沟通，并
And now this is just damage control from her.
再次强调希望我可以帮助他维权。随后，他疑似自行删除了2条带有我回复的评论，只保留了1条我未。
Probably because they fucking hate you. I'm gonna be real. You're the entire cause of all of their entire situation. If you hadn't done what you did, they wouldn't be suffering right now. And so they probably just don't fucking like you. And they want you to fucking suffer in the same way that they have. Because they just got doxxed, and your rabid fan base of 600k XJJ Hoyo shills are on a fucking rampage. And so, no, you offering to be like, oh yeah, I'll help you out, don't worry. Oh, should I call the police for you? Oh, do you want my shitty lawyer that I'm gonna probably intentionally get a shitty one for? It's like, look at this. I fucked somebody over I want to apologize. I keep trying to apologize, but they won't accept my apology. Look, I didn't do anything wrong. Guys, look, I fucked up, but I tried to say sorry. So, like, you can't really blame me for anything. That is what this comes off as.
未回复的评论，此事进一步引发了网友的不满，纷纷指责我煽评且谎话连篇。事情到此，我停止了在公共平台发声，转而寻求律师帮助，着手进行司法取证。目前，我也委托律师向杨浦区人民法院提。
I love how she said, I've reached out for legal action. I've talked to a lawyer, but there's nothing actually happening.
起诉讼。
You want to know why? Because she has no fucking case. If she had a fucking case, she would probably say proceedings are in process. But all she said was, I talked to a lawyer. Who is she going to sue here? Who the fuck is she going to sue? Maybe she'll sue the victim as well. But might as well just go full story with this one. Full circle with this. So, yeah. As you can see over here, this was perhaps one of the most ridiculous apology clarifying the situation videos I've ever seen. So let me just do a bit of like a brief summary for all of you. Let me go find the proper medium for this. Let me just make a brief summary for all of you guys so you can follow along as well. And you'll probably notice, oh, we just got flashbanged. That's because I have Notepad open. So this is how we're going to summarize the situation over here. All right, guys, get ready for this one. This one's about to be a banger. So, this is what occurred. Wuwa launched on May 24th, May 22nd, 2024. Wuwa female CNVA promises to play a game where she is the MC. There are female playable characters. During Wuwa's launch week, she, A, plays Minecraft. She is the MC. B, random wuxia RPG with female characters. Guys, this is during the launch week of the game. Tells Wuwa players who are upset, oh, I don't have enough time to play it. We'll play it eventually. This is after she spent the entire launch week playing these random fucking games. Wuwa community is upset with her conduct. Any game community would be. She is rage baiting intentionally. She says Wuwa is too toxic after rage baiting, goes radio silent for 1+ years, never mentions the game publicly. She comes back after, how many? June, July, August. After 15 months. May 2024 to September 2025. She calls the community retarded 6th graders. After 15 months of radio silence. Why is Wuwa mad at me? Are you guys beginning to realize how absurd this situation is? Are you guys beginning, like, after you're seeing the summary of this, should this person have a job still? No. This is absurd conduct. So yeah, why is Wuwa mad at me? She then comments on a random Wuwa player's cat photo. Can you stop harassing me? 600k plus XJJ Hoyo shills subscribe to her, subscribe to Rover's VA, dox the person she commented on. She then tries to apologize to the victim. The victim tells her to go fuck herself. She gets, female Rover's VA gets fired. That's the story, guys. We missed out on a couple of minor details closer to the end there, but that's what happened. That is what happened. Is it a bit more clear what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Is it a bit more clear what is going on? You know what? It's better without the spaces. But yeah, that's that, ladies and gentlemen. So, if there's anybody that's questioning what was going on, you can just send them this video. You could just send them this compilation, this summary. Because I'm pretty sure we can verify with the CN crowd. But they've already seen my latest video regarding the matter, and they said I was spitting. Hey, maybe CA can fill in some of the spots that we're missing over here in case we've gotten anything wrong. But as far as I'm concerned, this is the breakdown. And I'm going to be honest, this is some bullshit. And I've got to say, this is one of the most deserved unhiring decisions I've ever seen. And honestly, I wouldn't be that upset if she went to jail. Gonna be real here. Gonna be real here. Because this level of just blaming others for the mistakes that we make, blaming others for every single thing, for every single issue that we intentionally create, yeah, not gonna lie, it kind of is just disgusting behavior. And I'm glad that we learned so much about just how disgusting this behavior is from the VA themselves. How poetic is this? So yeah, that'll be that for this one, ladies and gents. I know this was a bit of a crazy breakdown. Let me know what you all thought. Peace. Oh, man. Happy anniversary. Hey, Dr. Teff. Appreciate it. All right, let me go record an alternative intro for this situation over here. Let me go record an alternative intro for this one because we ended up just watching the video anyways. It was actually quite a good overall experience doing that. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to talk about a pretty crazy update to the Wuthering Waves space. As you're all familiar, we previously covered Kuro firing the CNVA for female rover, and the situation has blown up even further because the CNVA herself, Gui Nong, has went ahead and uploaded a Billy video. And the thing is, this thing's been translated in text form, and it's also been translated in video form. Well, it's also got the original Billy version as well. So we'll kind of be hopping forward between all of these different documents to tackle this beast. Because I'm not gonna lie, after reading the summary, seeing some of the details, it is not looking good for her at all. And it turns out she might have done more damage than repairs with this one. So let's go ahead. Let's get right on into it. All right, and let me just check where we left off in the other one. Alrighty, ladies, just so you guys know, we spent 50 minutes on this bad boy. No great news about all of this, stand Chinese. The screw while like, let's just go ahead. I've had some viewers verify, you all know the screen, that this script that's showing on the screen is essentially what she's saying. And just so you all know, the screen, as she talked, it's actually called subs. What? As she talked, it's actually called, so yeah. Okay, so 0222. Okay. Okay. Use second recording for intro and start vid at 0222. and start first recording. 0222. Rover's VA is going to jail. Honestly, I think jail time is coming up. I think jail time low-key coming up. Think about it this way, guys. I know this is like a dark subject. Hopefully I don't get like flagged for it. But like, let's just say after this doxing incident occurred, if after this doxing incident occurred and like this individual over here, right, that got doxed, let's just say that this individual did something to themselves. This VA would 100% go to fucking jail. If after this doxing incident, this person were to do something to themselves, the VA is going to jail. That's like a set and true thing. And just because this person hasn't done something to themselves, right? God forbid, I don't think that means that like the person should avoid jail time. Cause like you're just swinging around your 600K like fucking XJJ fueled like dumbass community and just sicking them on people. On the photo of their fucking cat. I think that's the part that gets me fucked up. She wasn't even posted on a Wuwa related post. It's just a picture of their fucking cat, bro. Like, what? Like, seriously? Is that real? That shit is crazy. Oh. Oh, man. Alrighty. Alrighty. Do you know how long we covered that 5-minute VA video, boys? Do you know how long it took? That took 50 minutes. That took 50 minutes. Apple just released Enfield's release date. Available early 2026. Oh. Well, all right. Well, that sucks. Early 2026. Damn. That's rough. Well, looks like Gacha is still dead. Gacha's still dead, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. We got the Glaive video. Let's get this one underway. Let's get this one underway. Sorry, I was talking to an editor. One of my editors' internet went out, so we're like coordinating some stuff. Yeah, we're like coordinating some stuff. Okay. All right. Alrighty. Alrighty. Okay. So let me go grab some more coffee, and then we'll get into the Glaive vid. Yeah, let me do that. Alrighty. Sorry, I'm just diluting my coffee right now so I don't burn my fucking tongue right before we do this react. There we go. Did somebody give subs? I feel like somebody gifted some subs. Did that occur? Okay, no, I thought Tef did. But never mind. It actually happened. Appreciate the 10. Make sure. Appreciate the 10, brother. I thought Tef did, so I was like looking for it. But okay. No wasted words today on this stream. All right. Appreciate it, brother. That's like I didn't. I was like looking for Tef. I'll take it. All right. Okay. So, we got a situation to talk about over here, and I've actually got some glue. I've got some glue and some context. I got some glue and context for this one. Alrighty. Let me just close some of my links. And let's move forward. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves another video from Glaive Keo. And I'm going to be real here. I'm not even sure if the name Kurobot is the right thing to assign to this guy, because I'm going to be real. He's been uploading like more Genshin Impact content than honestly like anything else nowadays. So, yeah, maybe he is slowly becoming a Hoyo shill. He's taking the title from Flip. Anyways, in regards to that, he's uploaded a video about Wuthering Waves. It's been a long time, and it's about the impossible power balance. And so for some additional context on this, the title isn't that descriptive. Let's look at the thumbnail. You can see it's a bit about weapon comparisons. And there is a little bit of context to provide over here, right? We had the whole situation with Mr. Gacha Smack, where in his thumbnail, he called like Augusta's weapon like a scam, all of that. We've already talked about the situation. It wasn't represented, I think, in like the best possible way. And there was a lot of like, the points that he was trying to make got muddled with some arguments about how Augusta's signature like wasn't strong enough. And so you got that whole situation going on, and then you got like Frolova's weapon, right? Being kind of really good on her, but actually not being that overall super effective, right? Especially when you compare the overall team damage. I've already done some testing on this. I'm aware of both situations. I'm excited to see what the take is from Glaive regarding this matter. So let's go ahead, let's buckle down, and let's see what he's got to share. Maybe he's got some new information for us.
In the world of gacha games, the line between a good deal and a bad one is always shifting. But every now and then, a single item is released that forces an entire community to stop and ask, what are we actually paying for? And recently in Wuthering Waves, that item was the signature weapon for the new character Augusta.
Of course, right? People in gacha games are always looking for like the best deal possible, especially when it comes to something like a limited weapon, right? It's no argument at all that String Master, Yinlin's signature, is one of the most highly recommended weapons that almost everybody pulls in the game, right? Because it's usable on so many different characters. For the price of 65 to 70 pulls, you're able to go ahead and gear almost 90% of the limited rectifier roster. And that's a pretty damn good deal, especially when the alternative is purchasing or pulling the signature for all those individual units. So it's like, what he's saying here, it's a complete fact, right?
This wasn't your typical case of a weapon being slightly underpowered. Its release sparked a huge debate that touched on everything. The game's excellent balance, the developer's design choices, and the very complicated relationship between a game and its paying players. It became a story about value, about comfort, and a community trying to define what it wants from a game it loves. And the catalyst for this entire story was one creator's very blunt assessment of a single premium item.
I think blunt would be a pretty fair way to put it.
The content creator Gacha Smack released his evaluation of Augusta's new signature weapon. He didn't just dislike it, he called it, quote, the worst investment he has ever made in Wuthering Waves.
This is the thing. Those are factual statements.
His frustration, however, stemmed from a deeper
those things were in fact said.
Issue than the weapon just being weak. In his view, it was a fundamentally bad product. When the community started crunching the numbers, the data backed up his initial feelings. The weapon offered a tiny less than 10% damage increase over other much more accessible options.
That's not even like a proper breakdown. So this 128% is its additional performance over the standard weapon. And so, in actuality, when you compare the difference between these two in terms of performance, it's much closer to like 5%. Yeah, it's much closer to like 5 or... This difference over here of 8 is actually overstating how much stronger Augusta's weapon is. It's around 5 to 6% stronger.
Other much more accessible options, specifically the weapon introduced over a year ago, and that is GN's signature weapon. For a premium item that can cost $100 or more, that is not a small difference. It is a rounding error. You are paying the price of a brand new game for a performance boost you would probably never even notice.
Not wrong.
Beyond the stats, the weapon was just clunky. It felt bad to use. It was designed to be paired with her new gear set, the Crown of Valor, but the two parts didn't work well together. The weapon's main buff lasted for 7 seconds, while the Echo's buff only lasted for 4. It is like trying to drive a car where the gas pedal and the engine are completely out of sync. You end up constantly fighting for your own equipment just to make it do what it's supposed to do, and that
We've already addressed this issue of the whole, like, misaligning of, like, the buff durations and stuff. It's just a fact that in traditional gameplay, just doing, like, either Augusta's best or her second best rotation, the duration of the buffs on the Sonata set being 4 or 5 seconds and the weapon being 7 seconds, it's not really relevant at all in 90% of rotations. And that's definitely a conversation that's worth having. The fact that her kit is inherently designed in a way where you're meant to play her in like a kind of like, there's not a lot of variation you can do in her rotations or her moveset without dropping buffs or dropping literal resources like the majesty required to use her liberation. It's a weapon tailor-made for Augusta 100%, but Augusta's kit is unfortunately very tailored in how you can play it. She's meant to be more of like a one-track character without a lot of complexity. Perfect for beginners, but not really that great for more tenured veterans of the game that are looking for, you know, spicy stuff to really do in combat or rotations.
That is just anti-synergistic design, where parts that should work together actively work against each other.
And that's the thing, right, is she has training wheels built into her kit that are essentially mandating that you play her in a certain way, otherwise her damage falls off significantly, right? And the existence of those training wheels, I think, is something that there can definitely be like a meaningful discussion about. But you're beginning to see, right, why I said the point of Gacha Smack's video and the points that were being made got a little bit muddled. Because it's pretty simple, right? A lot of people saw the comparisons being made to Jian's weapon, right? They saw this whole little, like, 8% boost, and they saw somebody complaining, because that is also a fact. They saw somebody complaining that the signature wasn't strong enough. They saw somebody complaining that there was a, like, other limited option that was close to the same level of performance. And they were just like, are you just being, like, anti-free-to-play? Are you being like, or do you want the game to become more predatory? Kind of like a little bit of, oh, so you don't like this, so you must like this instead. You hate waffles, and so you must love pancakes. This motherfucker just wants power creep, when in actuality, the discussion was more so focused on this character's kit is kind of restrictive. That's why presentation matters, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, that's just a little bit of clarification on the issue over here.
Just to make it do what it's supposed to do, and that is just anti-synergistic design, where parts that should work together actively work against each other. So you have a premium product with negligible performance gain that is also frustrating to use. It failed to make the character meaningfully stronger, nor did it make her more fun to play. From his
I would say that this take from Glaive is a little bit incomplete. Premium product with negligible performance gain. It's a premium product with a negligible performance gain over another premium option. This isn't like Chang Li's signature and like Emerald of Genesis, which is the standard 5-star sword. This ain't like that. This is like a Lamborghini and then like an Aston Martin. This isn't like, oh, the Lamborghini goes the same speed as the Honda Civic. This is like the Aston Martin goes the same speed as a Lamborghini. That's a different comparison, right? Because the standard weapons are like the Honda Civics. And if your Lamborghini, the premium option, doesn't really outperform the Civic, yeah, maybe you'll get pissed, right? But guys, Jian's signature is not the standard weapon. Like, let's just get... Jian's signature is not the standard weapon. But, like, people were talking about it, the comparison between the two, like it kind of is. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to call out Glaive a little bit over here, because he kind of doing the same thing. It's like he's referring to Verdant Summit as the standard weapon, when no, the standard weapon is the fucking blue one. And that one is what is meant to be compared to. Second, the whole frustrating to use piece is, it's frustrating to use in one circumstance. When you're trying to play Augusta when quick swap. That's the only situation where her set or her weapon is frustrating to use. If you're playing her without quick swap, you don't even notice the effect is building up or dropping off because you're constantly attacking. You're never swapping off field, and there's never an opportunity for the buffs to expire. So it's frustrating to use in one type of team that her kit actively works against anyways. Because you want to know what happens when you quick swap with Augusta, guys? Damn, I don't have my game popped up. Give me a second. Give me a second. I can show it. This is what happens when you quick swap with Augusta. Augusta's outro skill has this effect. If the recipient of this outro skill uses their outro skill without switching out, then she will gain a stack of Majesty and Crown of Will. So she gains a damage buff, and then also the resource. She needs 2 stacks of Majesty to cast her Liberation. Without this 1 stack from her teammate using an outro without swapping out, she can't use her Liberation properly. So, quick swap is like intentionally designed not to work in her kit, and so her weapon and her Sonata set don't work that well in quick swap. That's basically the situation. So it's more of a kit issue rather than a weapon issue, if we're really getting down to brass tacks and trying to be, you know, as holistic about it as we can be. And I think that's where the discussion's getting muddled.
Frustrating to use. It failed to make the character meaningfully stronger, nor did it make her more fun to play. From his perspective, it was a comprehensive failure of design. But to understand why this one weapon sparked such a huge debate.
And this is the thing. I said that Glaive's take might be wrong over here. He might also just be summarizing Gacha Smack's point of view, or the perceived point of view of Gacha Smack's vid. So this might not even be his take. We still got to hear the rest of the video. Just wanted to get that straight first.
Weapon sparked such a huge debate. You have to look at the failure meaningfully strong. His perspective, it was a comprehensive failure of design. But to understand why this one weapon sparked such a huge debate, you have to look at the game it exists in. An ecosystem that until this point had been praised for getting almost everything right. And that is not an exaggeration. For the most part, Wuthering Waves has maintained a level of balance that is almost unheard of in this genre. The biggest issue in any gacha game is power creep. When new characters are so much stronger than the old ones that your previous investments become useless. This results in a treadmill where players have to keep spending, keep pulling the new characters just to keep up. Gacha Smack himself contrasted this with games like Honkai Star Rail, which he pointed to as an example of where this kind of aggressive power creep can become a serious problem. In that game, for instance, new damage dealing characters are often released with a significant vertical leap in power.
You also have the big bonus of, show me like one. Are any of Honkai Star Rail's light cones even slightly usable on other characters? I'm trying to think about all the Remembrance ones, right? It's like they intentionally made the Remembrance path where like Remembrance is like, she's a damage dealer, you have a Remembrance support, you have a Remembrance healer, you got like a Remembrance single target damage dealer, a Remembrance AoE target damage dealer. It's like shit is just so convoluted, it almost doesn't make sense anymore. I don't think anything is even slightly usable on other characters. There's like no way to transfer stuff.
Leap in power. The arrival of new units often set a completely new standard for damage, making launch era characters feel noticeably weaker in comparison. Not to mention the endgame being tuned around the newer characters. It doesn't.
That's impressive. I'm just gonna be real here. That's impressive. These devs never managed to disappoint me. Yeah, it's like a never-ending roller coaster ride, where, you know, it starts off a little bit boring at first, and then it's just an incline forever. This is a roller coaster that will go up into the heavens, my friend. It's never gonna go down.
Doesn't really help. It is a model that can make players feel like their old investments are becoming obsolete, pressuring them to pull for the new, stronger units just to keep up. But in Wuthering Waves, a full year after its launch has mostly avoided this. Characters from day one like Verena, Mordefi, Sanhua are still considered top tier. They're often the best choice for the job, which respects the time and effort players have put in. The other side of that coin is a game's focus on skill. In Wuthering Waves, winning has always been more about learning the fights.
I will say, though, these are kind of like the core free-to-play units. A lot of them have kind of like fallen out of the equation. I'm just gonna be honest about that. But yeah, these guys are still really, 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 really incredibly good.
Considered top tier. They're often the best choice for the job, which respects the time and effort players have put in. The other side of that coin is a game's focus on skill. In Wuthering Waves, winning has always been more about learning the fights, dodging the attacks, and playing your characters well. Your wallet cannot dodge for you.
I can confirm that. There's a lot of times where I hop onto like a person's account. They have like an all S6 team. And I'll still die to the holograms because they still one-shot you. So it's like, yeah, you'll still get one-shot by like 90% of the super high difficulty content. There's nothing you can really do about that. The only character that I think is immune to it is like Zani at S6. It's Zani at S6, and she only has like fucking Tryndamere Undying Rage for like 5 seconds, which is not a lot in Wuwa.
And that is why some whales in the game still struggle with endgame content.
Like I said, I've had a lot of accounts that have S6 characters, and they don't have all their holograms done yet. That's part of the reason why I would hop onto those accounts, is people asking me to do their holograms for them.
This W player-friendly system, however, leads to a central paradox. If the game is so well balanced that you don't need to spend money to beat it, then why would anyone ever buy a premium weapon? Also, by the way, if you enjoy videos like this, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Our goal is to reach 50k before the month ends, so any support you show is very greatly appreciated. What is the purpose of a $100 luxury item in an ecosystem that doesn't require it? To answer that question, you have to look at the community, which has already drawn its own lines in the sand. First, consider a weapon called the Stringless. This weapon is all.
Why are there so many errors in like Glaive's script? I'm pretty sure he means to say equipment system, and like fucking was bro like drunk while he was writing this one? What's even going on?
Almost universally loved by the player base. The reason is simple.
It's AI. This is Glaive using Glaive made his voice AI? Oh. Huh, or is it an AI script? The script is AI. Uh-oh. Hey, Glaive, you better get the Word doc ready, bucko. Hey, you better get the Word doc with the edit history ready, bro. Hey, looks like you got some allegations, bucko. Hey, I hope you got the Google Word doc with the edit history ready.
It offered incredible value through both its strengths and its flexibility. You can put it on almost any character of that weapon type and it would perform beautifully. It was a single investment that made your entire account better. A perfect example of a player-friendly item. And then there was Frolova's signature weapon.
I guess this is the thing, is that, like, the sequence and the flow of, like, the logic in here makes sense to me. It doesn't make very much sense for AI to have written it. But it's also like the errors in like some of the stuff. It's like low key. It's like it seems like somebody fucked up a find and replace. So maybe this is like one of his old videos. Maybe he took like excerpts of his old videos, then did a find and replace.
Reaction was a complete opposite.
When I did scripted videos, just so you guys know, I did that kind of often. I would have like 5 or 6 different videos, and I would take like one part from each one. Not like literally one for one copy and paste it, but I would like, you know, have similar sentence structure. Take like one paragraph from one video, another paragraph from another. It's like I made a whole new one, right? Just by taking 1/6 of 6 ones. Nobody noticed though, so that's what I mean by it's fine to do. But he fucked up here apparently.
Opposite. Players were angry and they were worried. This weapon wasn't a minor upgrade over the.
So let's go back and actually pay more attention now.
Ecosystem that doesn't require it. To answer that question, you have to look at the community, which has already drawn its own lines in the sand. First, consider a weapon called the Stringless. This weapon is almost universally loved by the player base. The reason is simple. It offered incredible value.
Gear 6 characters for the price of 1 weapon. Who the fuck isn't going to say this is a must-pull weapon? You'd have to be actually actively trying to sabotage other players if you didn't say that to other people.
through both its strengths and its flexibility. You can put it on almost any character of that weapon type and it would perform beautifully. It was a single investment that made your entire account better. A perfect example of a player-friendly item. And
Absolutely.
then there was Frolova's signature weapon. The reaction was a complete opposite. Players were angry and they were worried. This weapon wasn't a minor upgrade over the free-to-play options. At its peak, it was a staggering 43% stronger than the free-to-play option.
So, some of the reasons for why that is the case is because the free-to-play option for Frolova sucks dick. It's fucking bad. And the reason for that is pretty simple, right? Frolova's a character that deals resonance skill damage and echo skill damage. The free-to-play standard weapon gives her ER, which she literally cannot use because she has no need for ER, and basic attack damage bonuses. So the weapon on her is literally these two lines, and this is all functionally non-existent. So that's one of the big reasons for why the comparison is so big and the number is so large, right? This weapon effect is not there. It doesn't do anything. This weapon effect, however, literally gives her resonance skill damage, echo skill damage amp, and then a passive attack bonus. So it's kind of just like you're going from 0 to something. Similarly, String Master kind of shows up as only like 117%. Guys, we've ran the calcs. We've played the teams. If you put String Master instead of Lethe and Elegy on your Frolova team, your clear time will change by about less than 5 seconds. It's a less than 5-second difference using String Master over here instead of Lethe and Elegy on your Frolova team. Because Frolova is like a main DPS, sub DPS hybrid, where her damage is significant. Her damage is significant, but everybody else on her team is intended to do damage as well. And it's just like, let's just say this issue was overstated because of all those factors.
Gap that big isn't a luxury anymore. It is your mom's legs. It is a threat. It felt less like an optional upgrade and more like a mandatory component that you had to buy. This was the first time it truly seemed like the game's famous balance was at risk, the kind of aggressive power creep people had feared. This fear also extends beyond fairness, touching on the risk of the game becoming stale. The creator Brand Online made this exact point in a video about a different game, Genshin Impact, arguing that a lack of challenge for veteran players can make the entire gameplay loop feel empty. These two examples show a clear pattern. The community loves a weapon that is flexible and offers broad value, but it rejects one that creates a massive, almost insurmountable power gap. Players aren't asking for a signature weapon to be weak, they are asking for them to be balanced. A good choice, not the only choice. The community then has a clear idea of what it doesn't want. Weapons on either extreme of the power scale.
I guess this is the thing. I don't really think that this is the case. I think people are I think on average, a majority of people are 1000% actually very happy that Augusta's Sig performs similarly to Gion. And it's quite simple. If you have Gion's signature, if you've been playing since 1.0 of the game, if you pulled it in 1.0, or you pulled Gion's Sig in 1.3, or you pulled it during the anniversary in 2.3, then if you have Gion's Sig, you can just pull Augusta. And for the price of Augusta, you get a 100% ready to go Electro DPS. You put Gion's Sig on Augusta, you pair her with Mortefi, you use Varina as Shorekeeper, and then you will go bulldoze all the content in the game. And the way that it's viewed as is just, it's an excellent treat for veteran players. If you're somebody that pulled on the first weapon banner of the game, then you basically get a free, she performs at identically the same fucking level, but you didn't have to pay for a signature to perform like she has one. And that's just that's not something that most people are particularly upset about. And Gacha Smack on call has already told me that this is something that he likes. And a majority of his complaints regarding the weapon is merely just how its effect stacks up. And that it's not as versatile. And unfortunately, that message got muddied because I think he did focus... I think Smack, in his video, focused way too much on how it was, like, not much of a gap over Gian's. It should have been that Smack's approach, honestly, should have been Augusta's Sig is worse than Gian's unless you play her in a very specific way. And that is a fact. If you don't play Augusta in the prescribed way that you're supposed to play her, Gian's signature will outperform Augusta's signature. He was factually true about that. And I think if that was the approach that he has just made instead, when you play Augusta in Quick Swap, her Sig is literally worse than Gian's. That's some bullshit. That's super restrictive. I don't think anybody would have disagreed with his take. But with him kind of starting off the conversation with, this weapon isn't strong enough because it's too close to Gian's. Now we know what he meant, but at the time, yeah, he pissed some people off.
Extreme of the power scale. This makes the true nature of the original complaint even more interesting because the core issue, as it turns out, was never really about the numbers. In a later conversation with another creator, Saint Tontas, Gacha Smack clarified his position, and what he said reframes this entire debate. He said that when he pays for a signature weapon, what he's really looking for is comfort. The weapon should solve a problem for the player, not introduce a new one. He pointed to other weapons in the game that have simple, powerful effects that just work.
I will say, Gacha Smack bringing up Rosia's weapon, I think, was a bit of a misplay. Yeah, this thing's a piece of shit. This thing is fucking trash. Tragicomedy, trash. The reason why I say that is there's only one other gauntlet user in the game that does heavy attack damage. And it's John Shin, right? John Shin does heavy attack damage on her forte, where she, like, twirls around and shit, like, does all of that, and then makes the shield, right? Rosia's buff runs out during John Shin's channel. And so, like, it could have literally just been easy as increase heavy attack damage bonus for, like, 10 seconds. And this wouldn't even be slightly broken. Oh, sorry, Zani too. Yeah, Zani works with this. Zani works with this. My bad. I forgot Zani was a heavy attack damage dealer for a second. Yeah, so Zani works with this. But it's like John shit over here is just like, it could have been 10 seconds and it functionally doesn't change anybody's rotation. It could have said 14 seconds and it wouldn't have changed anything for any other characters. And it's just 3 seconds is pathetic. It doesn't work on the second or the third gauntlet heavy attacker in the game.
That just work. You equip them, play the character normally, and you get the benefit without any extra homework.
So yes, I mean, for Rosia, it's very easy to activate it. So I get the point that he's coming up with. It's that for the intended user, the signature is like basically perfectly aligned with their place. Perfectly aligned with almost like any playstyle they have.
Gusta's weapon did the exact opposite. Instead of making her easier to play, it forced you into one single rigid rotation. If you deviated from that perfect sequence of moves even slightly, your performance would just fall off a cliff. It is not a comfort, it is a straitjacket. It locks you into one playstyle and punishes you for trying anything else. And this is where the economic argument comes in. He argued that some weapons in the game are flexible, you can use them on many different characters, giving them broad value. Augusta's weapon is not like that. It is a niche weapon, meaning it is only really good for her.
True. If I were to do a weapon value tier list, Augusta's weapon would be at the bottom. If I were to do, I will probably do an updated weapon value tier list. Augusta and Yuno's signatures are going to be at like F. Because there's such a small improvement over version 1.0 signatures that it's like not even close to worth pulling. And this is the thing. Guys, I think Kuro knows. I think it's intentional that Kuro Games decided to release this weapon, where clearly you can just use Gian's weapon instead, and it's almost the same. And I'm pretty sure they got the gauntlets in here. Oh, they don't have them in here. But basically, Yuno's weapon is just Zhang Liao's. It's just Verity's handle with a defense reduction effect and less liberation damage. That is what Yuno's weapon fucking is. It is Verity's handle with less liberation damage, and then it just copy and paste Augusta's defense ignore. It's the same fucking thing. Literally the same thing. And it has to be intentional that in version 2.6, both the weapons released are like interchangeable with 1.x weapons. So, yeah.
An expensive item is only useful for one character, it absolutely has to deliver a massive spike in either performance or comfort to be worth that price.
No, it doesn't. You want to know why? Because it could just be that, well, if you have the Jian signature and if you have the Zhang Liao signature, just don't pull their weapons. But what if you don't? What if you don't have Jian's signature? What if you don't have Augusta's weapon? Or what if you don't have Jian's signature? What if you don't have Zhang Li's weapon? Then, like, you'll be using, like, the standard weapon or some shit, and Augusta's weapon or Yuno's weapon will be a big jump over the standard weapon anyways. So it's like, hey, if you're a veteran player, don't feel the need to pull this. But if you're not a veteran player, you still have an incentive to pull this. That's pretty much it. So it's just more so, if you're a veteran player, you get a reward. If you're not, then it's like, whatever, who really cares?
In fact, Gacha Smack even offered an alternative to a pure power spike, stating that he would actively prefer aesthetic power creep, meaning he would be rather if the value came from the weapon being cosmetically superior and looking incredible, rather than just having bigger damage numbers. So when you put it all together, the weapon provides no significant power boost, it makes the character less comfortable to play, and it has no value outside of that one character. From that perspective, its entire value proposition completely collapses. This complex, multi-layered failure is what elevates a simple bad weapon into a much larger conversation. But
I'm gonna be real here. I think Glaive might be overstating. I think Glaive over here is unfortunately overstating how big of an issue this is. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it actually is an issue.
before we get to that larger conversation, it is worth asking, if the creator's final point was this nuanced, why was the initial reaction so hostile? Was it a simple overreaction from the community? And the truth is, the confusion was perfectly valid. Remember the context, okay? The community had just pushed back against a weapon for being too strong, and then this new critique was about a weapon being too weak. The immediate logical assumption for many was that he was advocating for the very power creep they had just rejected. His most sophisticated points about comfort and flexibility didn't surface until much later.
I'm gonna be real here. It's kind of Gacha Smack's fault. It kind of is. I don't think he framed his argument in a very good way. I think he kind of like shot from the hip. I think he shot from the hip on his take, kind of like, and didn't like fully formulate it in the most agreeable fashion. Because I mean, I'm just gonna be real here. Look at the thumbnail. Like, you are inviting a hostile conversation with that thumbnail. It's scam. I'm just keeping it real, brother. I'm just keeping it real.
After opinions had already hardened, and then came to the second video, which
I forgot he uploaded the second video. I forgot he uploaded the second video. Yeah, he made like a video literally 4 hours later calling like everybody disagreeing with him like stupid. When like, well, we've already broken down why there might be people that would disagree with him.
to the second video, which escalated things dramatically.
Yeah.
immediately. The discussion shifted from a product critique to broad personal insults aimed at the player base. And at that point, the backlash was no longer about a weapon, it was a predictable response to being attacked. So now, does that mean no one overreacted? Of course not. In the noise, the original valid critique of Augusta's weapon as a poorly designed product got lost. And online discourse inevitably leads to a dog pile, where some will join in without the full story. But the situation was less of an unprompted overreaction and more of a perfect storm of mixed messaging, escalating rhetoric, and a
Let me make my take on the Augusta weapon situation. If every future signature is like Augusta's weapon, I don't really care. If every future weapon is like Yuno's weapon, where it's like, hey, here's like 100% performance, but here's also 95, I wouldn't care. I'd be pretty okay with that, because A, it would require you to have all of those older weapons in the first place for it to even be a thing. Like, you would need to have your tragic comedy. You would need to have the Blazing Justice. You would need to have Ages of Harvest, right? And the thing is that I think that to a degree, this is a great way to treat veteran players. It's a great way for veteran players to keep playing the game. Because, honestly, think about it this way. If every new weapon was just straight up better, had better things, it was just like, you would begin thinking, man, is Verdant Summit? Did I waste my pulls on that? Did I waste my pulls on Ages of Harvest? Did I waste my pulls on The Last Dance? Did I waste my pulls on Luminous Hymn? All of this. And then it actually turns out it was an amazing idea for me to pull Verdant Summit. It was an amazing idea for me to pull Ages of Harvest. I'm getting rewarded. The devs are giving me like a free character. The devs are giving me all of this because I pulled this one weapon. It's a different conversation, right? If you're a CC with the money or the time to spare to grind out everything in the game. But like, people aren't like that, right? Normal players of the game. I'm not going to call CCs normal players of the game because we're not. It's like cool to see that a new character came out and all you need to spend is 80 pulls if you're on a guarantee, or maybe 160, right, if you're not on a guarantee. And then you basically have the full unit. People really like that. And they really like that if they're veterans, because then they feel rewarded for, A, the decision-making they had in the past. You want to know what people are thinking right now? Oh, shit. Does that mean that there's going to be a resonance skill damage dealer in the Broadblade class? And, like, I'll be able to use Jinsei's weapon? Oh, shit. Is there going to be another resonance skill pistol user, and I can just use Carlotta's weapon on them? Oh, that would be great. I hope there are more characters like Augusta. I hope there are more characters like Yuno. That is a thought. That is a reasonable thought process that a lot of people are having. It's just, if you're somebody that's spending a lot of money on the game, then, yeah, it's not really as relevant for you. But it's also like, I'm just going to be real here. It's like, that alone is like something that's going to make people on you or people in a gacha game hate you. You saying, I'm not getting enough value for the money that I'm spending, but the people that aren't spending any money are getting a huge amount of value. This thing is good for the free-to-plays and bad for the paying players. It's like, oh, well, nah. I mean, I would hesitate to drive that narrative. Just saying, in a gacha game community, I would hesitate to drive that narrative. That's just me, though.
Community already sensitive to the topic at hand. This entire cycle of critique and confusion is what put the game and its developers at a critical crossroads. And in the end, that is what this was really about. The controversy around Augusta's weapon was never just about one piece of gear. It was a stress test. It put the entire design philosophy of Wuthering Waves and its relationship with its community under a microscope. What that microscope revealed is the impossible balance that developers in this space have to strike, and the fundamental, often contradictory desires of a modern gacha audience.
Again, this is all just, I think, it's entirely based off the fact that Gacha Smack didn't organize his critique in a certain way. I think just going with, this weapon literally performs worse than Jian's signature unless you play her in this specific way, there would have been an absolutely agreeable, would have been an absolutely, like not even, like, slightly debatable take, because it would be true. Jian's signature is better than Augusta's if you do, like, quick swap rotations. And a character signature being worse than other signatures because you're not playing them in this hyper-specific way kind of does suck, right? It limits the viability of the unit in other team comps. And it is an absolutely, like, 100% true take. It's just, that wasn't what was said. It was clarified after the fact, and that's why the situation even occurred.
On one hand, players who spend real money want to feel like their investment was worth it. They want their purchase to feel impactful and rewarding. At the same time, the entire community, spenders included, fears anything that threatens the delicate balance that makes the game fair and fun for everyone. The community, therefore, ends up in this strange position where it critiques one weapon for being too weak and another for being too strong. They are asking developers to hit a target that is almost invisibly small. This leads to a deep contradiction that developers have to face. The most vocal parts of the community on social media will condemn the massive power gaps, but sales data across the industry often shows that the banners for these overpowered characters are the ones that are making the most money.
I mean, let's just be entirely real here, right? If Gion's signature was worse significantly compared to Augusta's, Augusta would sell more. 100%. If Yuno's signature was way better than Zhang Liao's, it would sell more. I'm already estimating those characters' weapon banners aren't going to be that popular because of how close the competitors are. And the honest take is kind of just like, I think Kuro is willing to take financial hits to make the game feel better for players. That is what that tells me. Because it would have been very easy for them to design Augusta's kit in a way where it doesn't scale as well with Gion's Sig. It would have been very easy for them to design Yuno's kit in a way where guys, think about it this way. If you look at Zhang Liao's gauntlet, right? You have to repeatedly cast resonance skills to maintain its buff uptime. Yuno has repeated resonance skills built into her kit. She casts them multiple times. She has to do that to do her rotation. Augusta has 2 resonance liberations. She has a liberation she can cast at the start of her rotation and a liberation that she ends her rotation with. Gion's signature requires you to use a liberation to activate half of its heavy attack bonus. Augusta could have been designed to end her rotation with a resonance liberation. And then this buff would only be active for half of her rotation. Because if you use your liberation early, right, that would grief everything. But they gave her a baseline liberation cast she can use at the start of her rotation to fully maximize this buff. They intentionally designed Augusta's kit to work very well with Gion's weapon and enable its full effects. And all they had to do was make it so that her time stop liberation was the only one that she had. And so, once again, she wouldn't have half of this damage buff until the end of her rotation. They could have done that, but decided not to. And I think that's the thing. That's the sort of behavior where it's like, I can't help but just respect that. Because I can see where they could have made it more predatory. I could see where they could have fucked the kits and made it so that the competitors' weapons are just worse. But they didn't. They could have, but they didn't.
Leaves developers with a difficult question. Do you listen to the vocal minority who advocates for game health, or do you cater to the silent majority whose spending habits rewards power? And that is the final takeaway here. The line between a satisfying luxury item and a game-breaking necessity is a razor-thin line. How Kuro Games responds to this feedback to this entire episode will likely define Wuthering Waves' identity for years to come. Will it continue to be the game that prioritizes that incredible player-friendly balance it was praised for? Or will it slowly start to slide towards the financial pressures that always demand for more power?
I mean, the situation is that they just released 2 fucking weapons that are, like, incredibly competitive with, like, the next best option. So it's like, I think we already know what the answer is here.
Answer to that will shape the future of the game. And I'm curious of what you all think. Where do you draw that line? What to you is the ideal value of a premium item in a game like this?
Hey, fuck it. If you're gonna release a bunch of freebie characters like Augusta and Yuno, where they have great existing options, I think it's fine to have a character like Cartithia every once in a while, right? Where clearly their weapon is like, if you don't pull the weapon, it's like kind of ass. There are probably more alternatives that will come out in the future. But if they're balancing it out with characters that feel great with other SIGs, it's also like, okay, it's like a balance between the two, right? It allows them to be more innovative with kits. It allows them to also, you know, experiment with like new things. Would it make much sense, right, for like echo skills to come in if they didn't have some sort of like amp built in? Like, you know what I mean? It's just, there's room to like explore. I think they're doing a pretty good balance right now. Obviously, right, we're coming off of 2.4 and 2.5, where you got Cartithia and Frolova, characters that are like known for their signature weapons. And then in 2.6, right afterwards, right, you got like these two characters where you could not have their SIGs and it doesn't matter. So I think the balance is being struck. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it's an issue that got overblown like crazy. And hopefully we can put it all to bed with this one. I don't even know why this is the title of this guy's video. That's fucking disgusting. Why is he even doing that? Anyways, let me know what you all thought, ladies and gentlemen. And I will see you all next time. Peace. Why is this video title literally I don't even want to say it out loud. Like, it doesn't really have profanity in it, but I still don't even want to say it out loud because it's like that fucking gross. All right. We got the Glaive weapon drama vid. All right. Alrighty. This is him announcing that he has a bidet. Okay. All right, man. That's okay. It's him announcing that he has a bidet. Are you fucking serious? Fucking not even clickbait. It's just like shitbait. Can I have VIP? Did you earn it? Did you earn it? Did you earn it, buddy? See, VIPs aren't something that are asked for. VIPs are something that are earned. Did my Gian build earn it? Honestly, the crit ratio is too low. Yeah, the crit ratio is too... Is your Gian S3 or is it actually just S0 with fucking 54% crit rate? Is it S0? It's S6? Oh, okay. All right. We can VIP it then. I thought it was S0. It was either S0 or S6. It was one of those two. It was S0 or S6 because all the icons were like the same. All the icons were like the same. So it was either they were all unlocked or they were all locked. One or the other. But I guess they were all unlocked. That's still 68%. Well, you add Shorekeeper and it's 80. So if you add Shorekeeper and it's 80, what are you going to do? I S6 cart, ban me. I ban S3 Cartithia owners. Yeah, they're banned in my chat. You want to know why S3 Cartithia owners are banned? Because they keep talking about their numbers and their clear time like they're Cartithia's S0. It's like they know they have S3. We're just talking about Cartithia at S0, and then they keep bringing up their numbers in clear time. Like their Cartithia's S0 too, even though it's fucking S3+. It's like, I don't understand it. It's only the Cartithia players. It's only the Cartithias that do that. No, I have had no issues with any other mains community. It's only the Cartithia players. It's only them. I don't get it. I don't get it, bro. It's just like I know you're lying. I know that you are lying. Yeah, Cartithia mains are a different breed, bro. It's like you tell a Cartithia main that the character's like is outperformed by other limited DPSs without Chacona. You can just say a fact about Cartithia. She will get outperformed by other limited DPSs if she doesn't have Chacona on her team. Almost pretty much every other 5-star DPS, limited 5-star DPS with at least one buffer that works for them will outperform Cart if she doesn't have Chacona. You simply just tell them that fact, which you would know if you played the character at S0. You would know that if you played the character at S0, but they've never played the character at S0 because they only have her S3 and they never tried her out before that. All right. Alrighty. What is going on now, ladies and gents? How have I already been streaming for 4 hours? How have I already been streaming for 4 hours? Man, time just flew by today. Time just flew by today. Cool, now play Dota. I gotta go figure out planning with my editor and like prepare like 17 fucking thumbnails because, well, I'm just gonna be honest, guys. Yeah, I'm down a man today. So yeah, I'm probably gonna go work on that shit. So yeah, let me go see who I should raid. I guess we'll raid Cap because she's playing. What the fuck is she playing? Cyberpunk? Can I get like banned if I like raid you guys and then like Cap's in the middle of like one of Cyberpunk's like nude parts? Like, cause Cyberpunk got like it's got like a lot of shit in it. Oh, okay, all right, cool. All right, I'll see y'all later then. Peace. Oh, that's the wrong. Oh, I forgot. This dipshit doesn't spell captain like that. Yeah, she spells captain without the second A. I forgot. Right. I forgot. I forgot that's the thing.